I would like to acknowledge that we're meeting here today on Treaty 6 territory. We respect and pay tribute to the past and present traditional owners of this land on which we are meeting. I'm honored to invite Dr. Eva Cardinal, the Rock, elder from Saddle Lake First Nation and member of the Council for Quality Assurance, to come up and open our meeting with the blessings. I would like to offer you, Eva, this protocol of tobacco, prayer cloths, and a gift to open and close the round table with a blessing, so that we may be guided with wisdom and strength of the Creator to do what's best for children and families.
Hi, Minister Manmeet.
At this time, we'd like our DFNA directors to join us, as well as the Métis Settlements, Debbie Goche, Erica Zakazinski, from Kitaskinau Tribal Council, Debbie LaRiviere-Willier, from Lesser Slave Lake Indian Regional Council, Carolyn Peacock, from Casocoyo, I'm just wondering if Shannon Osup is here from Treaty 7.
You can give them each, starting from my right here and then towards the
Pugitan.
Mm-hmm. I am not a public person, and I have a hard time being in front of a large group. However, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being here. We have a task before us. And our task is to be willing to voice ourselves and to attempt to share with one another areas in which we may be able to make things, bring about betterment. And I come from a group who I have come to really admire because of their ability to work hard at what they do. And I was so drawn to their group in the beginning, especially when they brought forth their principles. Because on Indian country, as you've just seen the demonstration, on Indian country we have principles and values. And the group I come from stated in their principle, respect. And I thought, wow, I think I'll fit in that group quite all right. And I think I've done well with them. And I do care a lot for this group. And I thank them for allowing me to be a part of their group. I invite you to pray along with me. I usually pray in my language, which is Cree, and I invite you to pray in your language, in the way you know how to communicate to our Creator. And I have invited to the helper to give print to our directors. The print is color, the white for movement, the way in which we think. The wind blows one way and then can change the other way in just an instant. The red, my people, the gift of vision, to be able to see what is out there and to be able to guide ourselves through that. And patience in the south. Sometimes it's hard to be patient until we know ourselves and understand what there is within our heart. And I think that is what a lot of my people are thinking of. There has to be heart. There has to be heart in this togetherness. In the West, the gift of reasoning, and to be able to echo our voice from here. And I thank Minister Manmeet for bringing out, he mentioned rock, the rock. I've never met the young man. I've never met him. I heard him through something like this, teleconference. And at that particular time, I told him, sometimes I feel like I'm pushing a big rock uphill, and I'm so scared to let go of that rock, because 68% of my people's children are in care. And if I let that rock go, I might spill all my people's children. So I don't let go of that rock. And but my name is Asiniusquil. As a child, when I was born, they said when I visited the elders in the circle, to the last elder, he named me Asiniusko, which means rock woman. And I am grateful for the thought. I am missing some people here. I am missing some people. A lady who I had met in the beginning, Yvonne Fritz. I'm missing her. She is not in this circle, but I know her spirit is here. There is another young man who I had met, Steve McDonald. He helped me walk in this program in the little group that I am with. And then there's Bruce Anderson. They taught me how to laugh. And I thought these people laugh? I thought they were the learned people over there. And I went home telling them, you know what, I met these people, and you know what, they laughed too. Anyway, I'll not carry on. We have a limited time, and the print is what it is. And I ask you for your understanding, and we'll start our prayer. Hi, Steve. Hi. Ahau mama uiuhtauimet. Ksemantu. Naspitskakseoat siin kinanaskumtani mien pimat suunanutskagiska. Kinanaskumten niuitsi hatuskemaganak kahkiuutta kaatsik. En penu kuhtaatsik siitoskageuen. Mstainena naskumauak. Na muiksepan anmakan tottamaajaan. Hausaweimme, kun ikankin sawaassa semsnana kette. Uhpemeka pamnamaa kauiaak. Ja kun minankin kottaka kawassak, uistoo kamikustik. Kitta aika meimutotahkik. Takanaata niikupmaat sunua, ta suhka niikupmaat sunua. Ahau kun kuukai sinua kuutta kappetta kohteetsik, uistoo toihmii kuusuak inisun, kseoat sun, kitmaake ihtuun, kuis piikskoon. Hauga kseoat sinuet nahtap piikskoattoja, tan tuhtaattoja. Hautap muhtnenek tehän mä nuhtsimik. Kiekkaa suhkatuskein. Ai maitten kistäminen tehän mä petää panuuttaa kistä. Nuhkuhtama on antana hapahtamaa kahkiogi koutta. Ja kun minä kiektää pihtaa kissikanok. Hau. Voit nähdä atamskatoa. Ja kun kistekte kuhuhta pinpahksi muuttaa. Hau, tapam kitstauisen ja uutta uutse. Na muani ni taga simuan mageukawa uskiskoman kani suhkamaut uista nika piikskoista maaka haussa oittama unan eukawa stemau. Hau eukawa uskai sinua peitsnaat. Hau kistauta muut siege tekinä naskum hau euka uskisko nga piikskoista maak ai.
Heavenly Father, we ask that you would join us today as we come together to collaborate, to come with one mind, to support one another, to speak with one heart. As you, Lord God, that you would bless our children, that you would help us develop the strategies, that you would give us the direction and the path. And we ask that you would bless our leaders, our new minister, Mr. Manmead Bueller, his staff, David Moorhart, and all the other staff beneath him, Lord God, that you would bless each and every one of us. Grant us favor with one another, grant us relationship, and give us wisdom, understanding, and guide us in this togetherness. Amen. We have We have a gift exchange between the elder and the minister. We have a gift from the elder and the council, the Child and Family Services Council for Quality Assurance. It's a picture of an eagle that demonstrates leadership, courage, wisdom, and as well as a gift exchange between the minister and our elder, Eva.
I taught him how to say thank you in Cree, and he said it well. You wouldn't be able to read this. Take a look at it.
You probably can't read my writing. Yeah.
Hi, hi.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Asini. Hope I've said that right. Rock woman. Hi. Folks, I'll share my remarks now, and I'll try to keep them a bit short so we can get on with the important business of hearing from experts, because that's what this is really about. I want to thank you all for being here, whether you're here in person or through the web. Your attendance in this roundtable can help us ensure that we take strong, bold steps for better protection and reporting of our children. The members of this roundtable bring different perspectives to the issue of reporting the death or serious injury of a child in Alberta. And as the new minister in the job for a busy 5 weeks, I've been talking to a lot of people, both internal and external to my ministry, and I've been learning a lot about things that are happening, things that are being planned, other things that need to be done to improve services we provide to vulnerable children and families. What is clear is that there are things we can do to make things better, and in doing so, we'll help increase public connectedness and confidence in the system and in the caring and committed people that work within it. I want to take concrete actions and institute real change to protect and nurture Alberta's most vulnerable children. And when tragedy occurs, Albertans need to be assured we follow best practices, the right processes, and publicly report the right information. I have seen firsthand the challenges that can bring children and families to the child intervention system. I've also seen how reaching out to a family and helping them with their struggles early on can help parents get back on track so they can keep their children safe. That's why this roundtable is so important. This is a strong step in our plan to improve the child intervention system. This, as you know, this plan includes having this roundtable where experts, policymakers, and stakeholders together at a roundtable come up with ideas on some important questions. I've also appointed a multidisciplinary team of professionals to accelerate action on recommendations from previous reviews and guide action on implementing them, which includes action based on this roundtable. Consistently sharing information on the child intervention system with the public to ensure ongoing improvement. This is something that I'm incredibly committed to, because when we share information about these children, we honor them. When we share information about a child whose story may involve a lot of tragic circumstances, we have potential to learn from it. When we share information, all of us as policymakers, as stakeholders, have the ability to come together and see how we as a collective, as a society, can do better. I strongly believe that better and more data leads to better decision making. It leads to better discussions and ultimately better care for Alberta's children and families. We have a lot of data around throughout a multitude of different agencies, a multitude of different government departments. We need to make sure that data works together to best support children. And we need to make sure that we use that data to learn, to identify trends, to make changes. I had a conversation with Gord Phaneuf yesterday, and he reminded me of something. Well, he taught me something. He told me the story of how glass pop bottles injured a lot of children. And it was the data of collecting, it was the collection of data around glass pop bottles and child injury that led to the plastic bottle. Without that data, it was just a series of unfortunate, tragic events. But the collective of the data led to change fairly quickly. So if we in Alberta make more data available, and our friends and neighbors across this country start making more data available, we get to identify trends a little easier. If we can't identify certain trends based on a small population size in one jurisdiction, but that data collected throughout the country can help us make really significant change quicker, and it can save lives and injury. The next phase of the plan is to look at enhancing the education, training, and support of our workers on the ground to help strengthen casework practice. They're incredibly dedicated people dealing with incredibly difficult human situations, and they're human beings responding to them. We need to see how we can support them better. Finally, we got to get to the root causes. We need to pay a lot of attention as a collective, as a society, to many of these root causes. FASD, child abuse, child sexual abuse. We need to get to these. We need to be louder. We need to be louder as a collective in our opposition to these, and do more to prevent it, and do more to help people heal. Helping people heal is what breaks the cycle. Helping people heal is what will ensure we have healthy communities and healthy families. That's where we need to get. Taking a child into care must be the last resort when all other options have been explored. Once a child is in care, we must do everything we can to ensure they're protected and well cared for. Last night, I met with some families who have lived through the experience of a child or grandchild who's died in care. These children had difficult lives beforehand. They had very difficult, challenging circumstances. We have to up the ante here as a collective and say they shouldn't have those circumstances. And when they do, our service to them needs to get better day by day by day by day. So the trauma they've experienced as young people is trauma they can overcome. They can heal, they can be strong, they can be loved, they can feel loved, they know and feel a sense of value, and they can contribute in their own way. So we are talking about children whose lives have been cut short, and the effects it's had on loved ones around them and the communities that they lived in. They're children who, through no fault of their own, were denied the opportunity to lead full and productive lives. Knowing how and why a child died is incredibly important to all Albertans. That's why, during today and tomorrow, our experts and policymakers will join Albertans to discuss best practices in reviewing all child deaths in Alberta. The goal is to find the right balance between transparency and privacy as it relates to the death of a child. One of the intended outcomes of this roundtable is how to report the findings related to the death or serious injury of any child in Alberta, not just those in care. All of Alberta's children are incredibly important, and we have a vested interest in understanding how and why a child died. I believe that this discussion will bring clarity to the process of making that information public. The focus of our discussions will be around 4 specific questions. What supports a full and meaningful investigation into the death or serious injury of a child in Alberta? What additional steps should be taken to improve investigations when it involves a child receiving child intervention services? What information should be made public about child deaths or serious injuries? What changes should we consider with respect to Alberta's Child, Youth and Family Enhancement Act's publication ban for children who have received or are receiving child intervention services? Answering these questions, the question of information release will include a discussion on the publication ban, which is so important. It is my sincere hope that we can arrive at a consensus on a number of things we can do to bring about positive and lasting change in the system. Look, consensus will help me drive change faster. When we have come up with these consensus items and a longer-term list of ideas to institute change, we will create a draft summary report that will be available for the public to comment on. And as you know, the final report will be tabled in the legislature this spring. As I have mentioned, I've been working with an implementation team, a multidisciplinary group of dedicated professionals that will ensure we move quickly with improvements to accelerate activity on the plan. One of its activities will be to examine and prioritize responses to previous recommendations for improving the child intervention system. You know, I had somebody do a real quick count of the number of reviews they've seen on the child intervention system across Canada in the last number of years. And so far, I think they saw 51 different reviews of child intervention systems across the country. I'd like to see 51 action steps that we start implementing tomorrow. That's the type of action I want to see. We need to accelerate action on recommendations that have already been identified without losing sight of what is most important: children. A clear priority for me is keeping kids with their families, extended families, and within their cultural communities, obviously assuming they're safe. Nowhere is that more important than with our Aboriginal children and families. We need to do better in how we support them. We also need a renewed focus on the underlying issues that bring children into our care, such as child sexual abuse. We need to prevent it and enhance supports for victims. These are just some of the areas that I hope to work on and address in the near future. Resolving some of the more complex issues, such as addictions, poverty, mental health, family violence, can only happen when key stakeholders, agency partners, and government and community works together in a collaborative way. We need to engage all Albertans in our shared responsibility in keeping children safe and supporting families. Developing and strengthening relationships with our government partners, our key stakeholders, and experts such as the Council for Quality Assurance will be key to our work in the coming months. All of this work will benefit the most vulnerable. As a root, as a foundation, we honor them. We honor them for the spirit they had, the joy they brought, and we commit to learning from every single one of them so we can prevent more, so more of our little young people get to live in a world where they're free of harm, full of safety, full with the ability to create what they want. And we here need to talk about the systems that will support that, the systems that will best support the reviews, the systems of disclosure and data that will best get us the information to make positive changes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you once again. I really look forward to the discussion, and as I've said before, and I'll say again, items of consensus that on steps that we can all take immediately are what is going to drive change quickly, and I'm the sort of guy that likes to drive change quickly. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the day. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. So, on with the day. Welcome to the Roundtable. The first and most frequent question we've been getting is, where's the table? You'll notice we're kind of shy on tables, little one in the middle. We're running a fishbowl method for the discussion today. So we have selected some fish to sit in the middle. And how the format's going to work, and we'll repeat it 3 times, is fairly straightforward. We have selected a number of people with an expert point of view on the topic to be our fish. They will come into the middle and have a discussion with each other. It's not scripted or pre-planned. It's a very open discussion looking at our question. Then they will come into the audience and you will have a similar discussion with them. So we'll set up groups around the room to have full participation discussion with them, and then they will come back up and talk about what they heard and what they learned and how it moved forward. Partway through your discussion, we will ask you to start to generate those actions that you would like to see implemented to start change. And so that'll be partway through the discussion out in the groups. And then when the fish come back to swim together in the middle, they will first talk about how is their thinking being influenced by your discussion. It's not going to be a report back of your groups. We will have note takers and recordings of those discussions, so we have all of that detail. But we'd very much like to hear how their thinking has evolved, and they will start to share some of those action items that you've generated. And so we'll do that for each of the 3 questions. We'll get through about 1.5 today and the balance tomorrow. We'll also change up our group on the podium tomorrow when we get around the publication ban and the privacy issues, and we'll have a few different people joining us. We're not keeping just the same for the whole few days. So hopefully you find it interesting to listen and very engaging to participate as you get there. The one challenge we'd like to put forward to everyone, those on the podium and those in the audience, is the most important part of the next 2 days isn't what we already know, but it's what we learn through discussing with people with other points of view. We'd like to construct knowledge, not just hear different perspectives. So if you could approach this with that same open mind, everyone here has a strong and informed opinion, but if you can learn from the people around you, that would be fantastic, and see what new we can learn so that we can move forward and do some different things. We're webcasting this, and we will hopefully have a fairly large audience of interested people who aren't here today engaging out in the online world, and we will have one of our experts go talk directly to them when it comes to the discussion, so they have the same opportunity to engage in this discussion as you're having in the room today. We really, we can't have everyone in the room, but we'd like everyone to be able to participate to the same extent. You'll also notice, those of you without their backs to the screen, that we're broadcasting the Twitter feed right now under AB Child 14. And that is another way for us to bring the conversation in and out of the room. And I'd like to encourage those of you who Twitter or tweet, that if during the discussion at any point today you want to throw out a question or a comment, feel free to do so. This isn't just about us seeing what the others are saying, but we can also have a parallel conversation on your own observations today as you do that. So that would be lovely to take part of that. Otherwise, if you're drifting off and losing focus, that might bring you back into the group with what we're doing. We have a bit of a long morning just to get us started through the introductions before we get into a break, so hopefully no one has to run out. I think we're planning to take our first break at about 11:15. So apologize that it's a bit late today. We'll run things a bit more generously this afternoon. And checking my notes, yes, I think the Minister clearly showed us some of why this is important to him. And we can get very much stuck in process and policy and action recommendations and not stay really grounded in the children and the families that we're trying to help. So I'd like to invite all of you to take just a moment and share with the people sitting beside you why it's personally important to be here, not professionally, but why as a person this topic matters and it means something to you and why you've shown up. I'll just start with a little bit on myself. I've actually adopted 2 children. It was an open adoption through a process. They ended up having their own medical and other issues, but it really remarked upon to me what the challenge of parenting can be, not what I'd sort of imagined, the easy children and wander off to university, you fight with them, they're teenagers, dad's cool till they turn 12, that part's consistent. But what that tremendous responsibility can be and how unplanned those difficulties are. And so in the number of years that I've had the privilege and the honor of doing work with Alberta Human Services on a number of issues, it's really struck home that I can understand a little bit more what some of these other issues are and that people face. And so that's why it's very important for me to be here today. I'm part of this. So if you could just take a couple of minutes, talk to the person beside you, and let's just remember why we're here and why it matters to you. You know, she might actually.
Maybe go to pass with that remote then so there's no thank you. How are you doing? Good. I just want I got a nice picture of you. That's very good. I don't know why I was smiling. I'll hold that thought.
Excuse me. I'm just so good.
Yeah, hi Phil. Nice to meet you. Love the name.
I don't want to be causing you any type of difficulty at all. I don't know anybody's talked to you.
Yeah, but we've got you slated for a few minutes after lunch.
Whatever you want. I mean, yes. I don't have you doing enough to need to be there if it doesn't work.
Thank you. And mostly thank you for not making a run to the coffee table so that we can... Yeah. Oh, there you go. Caught. We've just had an update. The current webcast audience is 175 people right now tuning in. So we have about twice as many people online engaged in this as we have in the room, which I think is a fantastic number. So as we move on, the first thing we wanted to do is It's almost a system of systems that we're going to be talking about today, and we wanted to give you just a little overview of what are the roles of some of the different groups that are happening. So we're just going to spend about 20 minutes or less, a little technical. This is what some of the key groups do. So first I'm going to invite up Dr. Annie Savageau, hopefully that's close enough, who is from the she's the chief medical examiner, and she will talk about her role in these investigations. Yeah, just wait till he'll give you the second slide.
Hello everyone. I'm really happy to be here today to have an opportunity to discuss with my colleagues and all of you on improving the system in Alberta. I would like to start by saying that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which I will explain the process in a few seconds, I think Albertans should be very proud because I really believe we have the best system in Canada when it comes to death review by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And I can say that in all humility for two reasons. First, I have no role in creating it. I simply inherited it from the past two chief. And the system was created by Dr. Bott in the 70s, and he was a real visionary. So I think we should all be really proud of it. And the second reason why I feel I can say that in all humility is because actually I'm not even an Albertan from birth. I made the conscious choice when I decided to leave Quebec to go to the place I thought had the best system in Canada. So it's not a random decision to come here. I truly believe I was joining the best team. If you can have my slides, please. Having said that, there's always place for improvement. I will explain the process of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and I will point out two areas where maybe we can improve because there might be some loss of opportunity there. And I realize I'm older than I thought because I can't see. Can we make them bigger, or otherwise I will maybe take my. I will grab my own binder to be able to follow. I can't read from here. I'm so sorry. It's on? Okay, perfect. So I'll go to that screen. It's going to be easier. So if you look at all death in Alberta, the first misconception is a lot of people think that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner only look at a subset. And that's in great part untrue. So all deaths in Alberta have a certain level of review by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. So the way we are working is first, we need to have the death reported to us. So on the left panel, there's deaths that are reported directly to us. So it could be a physician, it can be a police, it can be a member of the public calling us to report a death. With this notification, we will then evaluate if indeed it falls under the Fatality Inquiries Act and that we need to do further investigation. If we think that the death is not in our mandate, we'll have no further involvement. But we have looked at the death certificate and do a quick review. If it falls under our act, so we will accept the case and do the death investigation. And I will come back to what we do when we do a death investigation. On the other side of the panel, we have cases that are not reported to us initially. But by law, the Chief Medical Examiner, of course, it's a responsibility that is delegated in great part. I'm responsible that some of my team is reviewing all death certificate in Alberta. So we do the complete review of all death certificate, and from that, some cases we will decide need no further involvement from our office, and other will decide that they should have been reported to us, and they will go back to the investigation. By law, our investigation needs to clarify the following elements: who died, where they died, when they died, the cause and the manner of death, and also some elements around circumstances. I think this part we do very, very well. The first missed opportunity, however, is the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, for historical reasons that were very good, but maybe in 2014 it's time to rethink about it. We are the only province in Canada where the office do not have a mandate of prevention. So we have a lot of groups that would like to work with us on prevention, and I have to tell them that this is not my mandate. As the chief, I would be certainly open to discuss that maybe it should be added to our mandate, but it's not part of the current mandate. As I said, for good historical reason, that will take more than 2 minutes to explain. So if we're interested later, we could discuss that further. The next slides, please. Once we do a death investigation at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, we then have a next set of questions, which is, does this case enter some criteria that they should be sent to the Fatality Review Board? The cases that we don't think needs to go to the Fatality Review Board will end there, but if we think there's a need, and the need can be by law, for example, all the child in care where the cause of death is unnatural, they need to go to the Fatality Review Board. There's other criteria, and there's also a discretion where I can send any case that I think should go to the Fatality Review Board. These cases will be reviewed by the Fatality Review Board, which is a group of 3 person, a physician, a lawyer, and a member more of a lay person. And together they review the cases and they decide if a recommendation should be done to the minister to order an inquiry. If they do recommend an inquiry, the minister will order one. If they don't, or if the case has not been presented to the FRB, the minister still has some discretion of his own in the law to do an inquiry of his own decision. But I won't go there since it's out of the process of our office. So there's also a lost opportunity in this part because the only tool we have in Alberta when we review death as a whole is to order a public fatality inquiry. Don't get me wrong, these public fatality inquiries are very important to answer some questions, but sometimes they are not the right tool. And I think we might explore in 2014 maybe giving other tools to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to do other things. For example, sometimes if you look at death one by one, you might not be able to do good recommendation. But if you have, because you have a mandate of prevention, if you look at cases in trends, in big groups, then you can see trends where there's a need to do some recommendation to prevent future death. So once again, there's a lost opportunity for very good historical reason, but maybe 2014 is the time to review that. In a nutshell, that's what we do. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I'm just going to squeeze over here. Thank you. We'll now ask Mr. Eldenblock.
Good morning. My name is Eldon Block. I am the Statutory Director of the Child, Youth and Family Enhancement Act. I'm here to describe briefly what happens when a child or youth dies while in our care or receiving services. Before I talk about that, before I talk about the process that my office takes, I want to describe for you that when this type of tragic event happens, for families, the child intervention workers, the leadership in that community where that event happened are there to provide support for the families that are impacted and support for foster parents that are potentially impacted. Those kind of services could be connections to counseling, victim services. When a child receiving services dies, notification is provided to my office. This information is shared within our system with our deputy, with our minister, and an internal examination takes place of the circumstances. And that's to look at, determine if there are any improvements that can be made within our system. So that's done internally. The information is also provided to outside organizations, one of those being the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, that Annie's just described the process, the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate, and Child and Family Services Council for Quality Assurance. These organizations and bodies use that information to make a determination whether they will investigate further, do an examination, or whether an inquiry will take place. If one of those organizations completes a review, an inquiry, and there's recommendations out of those, that is received by my office, and as a Ministry, Human Services, we take a look at those recommendations, and the recommendations are then reviewed The ones that are accepted are tracked for implementation and also then for alignment with our ministry policies. The focus is taking those recommendations, as the minister has described, looking at best practices and what can we do to prevent an event like that occurring again. Thank you.
We'll now ask Mr. Delgraff, the Child and Youth Advocate, to talk about their role.
Good morning. My name is Del Graff. I'm the Child and Youth Advocate for the province of Alberta. I'd like to start by acknowledging the territory that we're on, being Treaty 6 territory. It's important to do that because it's a sign of respect for those people that came before us. I'd also like to acknowledge the prayer and the kind words and the wise words that Dr. Eva Cardinal shared with us. I think when we consider the fact that almost 70% of the children who are in the care of government are Aboriginal children, it means that we need a greater presence of Aboriginal people in rooms like this. In April 2012, the Child and Youth Advocate Act was proclaimed, making me an office of the legislature. What that means is that my role is now independent of government. This legislation enables my office to review systemic issues arising from the serious injury or death of a child receiving child intervention services or a young person who's in custody in the youth criminal justice system. Previous to this, we did not have any role or responsibility for review of serious death or injury of children. We now look into the circumstances of all children who are seriously injured or died while receiving child intervention service. We follow a process of information gathering to help us make decisions about how best to learn from these tragic circumstances. We use a three-phase process that includes reporting and looking at the reports that we receive, initial assessments where we review all of the file information that exists, and then the final phase is an investigative review where we have terms of reference, an investigative plan, and we interview people and gather records from other sources. Our goal in this work is to improve the services and outcomes for children by identifying systemic issues and making recommendations to government for change. The serious injury or death of a child is heart-wrenching, and I appreciate the anger and frustration that comes from having many questions and few answers. I attended a candlelight vigil a couple of weeks ago for children in care who passed away, and I watched people, young and old, parents, children, grandparents, comforting and supporting each other. I've also sat across the table from a grandmother who shared with me her sorrow about her grandson who died by suicide. To hear about the number of children who passed away reported in the Fatal Care series was overwhelming, even for those of us who are familiar with these tragedies. My hope is that this roundtable serves to provide greater clarity about children's experience with the child intervention system. And when something goes wrong, we do the right things about it. We need to ask fundamental questions when there are tragic circumstances so we can learn as much as we can about what happened. And we all need to take courageous action in response to what we learn. At the end of the day, this roundtable is about how we treat our most vulnerable citizens. And we must not be satisfied until we have done everything that we can to ensure all our children are safe and well. Thank you.
And our final short overview from Dr. Lionel Dibden, who will, blanking, sorry, too early in the day to do that, from the Council for Quality Assurance.
Good morning. My name is Lionel Dibden. I'm the chair of the Council for Quality Assurance that is part of the Ministry of Human Services. I would echo what Del has said in terms of honoring the people who came before us. I'm particularly honored to be part of a group to which Eva referred, Dr. Cardinal referred earlier. We are in fact honored to have her at our table, and I'm equally privileged to work with a group of people who are very independent-minded. Now, I say that in this way because many of you who know of the existence of the Council for Quality Assurance have some confusion, my words might say, about where the council exists vis-a-vis the ministry and vis-a-vis the advocate's office. So taking a leaf out of Eva's book, I'm going to tell you a story, and hopefully it'll illustrate how we fit into this picture of contributing to the well-being of children through a quality assurance, quality improvement mandate. That is what we have. Before I do that, for those of you who are technically minded, I'd point you to your binder, tab 5, sub-tab 2, where we have information about the Council for Quality Assurance, where is located the description of the Council's existence being the result of initially a ministerial order and then legislation which created the Council, which reports to the Minister of Human Services and has two mandates. One, to identify effective practice and make recommendation for improvement of child intervention services at the direction of the Minister and in cooperation with the Department. And two, to appoint an expert review panel to review incidents giving rise to serious injuries or death of children as reported by the Director. Those are the two mandates of the Council. The story. The Council, the notion that a multidisciplinary independent group of professionals should be available to the ministry to provide advice and direction around quality assurance issues in this child intervention system was conceived by Yvonne Fritz at the time when such a body was seen to be very important. The desire for independent advice in this direction seemed quite strong at the time. The gestation, I'm a pediatrician, forgive me for the analogy. During the gestation of the Council, it was sometimes tumultuous. So by the time it came for the delivery of the Council was delivered to then Minister Dave Hancock. The Council was delivered in a way that some of you may be familiar with. Birthing of all kinds can come with some surprises. The surprise in this instance that this was a twin gestation. The analogy will continue. The twin gestation gave rise to Twin A, who was indeed independent of the ministry, and that was the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate. That office became independent and, as Del has mentioned, was tasked with a review of child death in care and in receiving service and serious injury. The Council turned out to be Twin B, who was still somewhat attached by the umbilical cord to the ministry, where the independence of the Council, which had been conceived in the Council having been conceived as an independent body, was now one which reported to the ministry. So for some of you who were confused, we were during this process, it has become very clear now that we have a role in advising the ministry, and Minister Ballard, who is now guiding us through our childhood and into adolescence, hopefully, where we can be truly helpful to the ministry, but more importantly, helpful to the children and families who interact with the intervention system, so we can achieve the mandate, or one of our goals, which is to have those children and families have a good experience when they interact with that system. So the role that the council has today is a dual one, advising under the direction of the ministry and the minister about systemic issues while participating in individual case-specific reviews through expert panels. That particular role and the systemic role combine to hopefully bring value and add value to the system and add benefit to this endeavor that we're all embarking on together today. Thank you.
Okay, time to bring the fish forward. So, we'd like to invite Mr. Delgraff, Dr. Savageau, Dr. Bennett, who will be joining us as well, Mr. Gordon Phaneuf, Dr. Dibden, Dr. McPherson, and Dr. Wasilenko up onto the stage. We told you random seating before, but you'll see we changed our minds on that. Lou, could you bring up our first question just for a minute? So the first question we're going to be discussing is what supports a full and meaningful investigation into the death or serious injury of a child in Alberta?
Hi. Does this feel as awkward as we thought it would, or are we good? Okay. So hopefully everyone will understand. I would like to, I know you've done your small personal introductions in your groups, but I think it would be lovely if we could start that same way here. So Dr. Savageau, if you could just maybe introduce yourself and why you're here, other than you were told to be.
I'm Dr. Annie Savageau. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Alberta, and I'm here today on a professional level because the office is an advocate for all death, particularly the unexplained or the unexpected. And on a personal level, I really feel that this job of advocacy that we are doing is something important. Our mission, the way we phrase our vision, is that we shed light on death, and that's something that really resonates to me, this trying to shed light so that the people in grief can understand better what happened to their loved one.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Ada Bennett. I'm the Deputy to the Chief Medical Officer of Health of Alberta, the Office of the Medical Officer of Health. So professionally, I'm a specialist in public health and preventive medicine. I'm in the business of preventing disease and preventing accidents and helping people reach their potential in life. So that's my business. On a personal level, I was just saying to the person I sat next to that I'm a mother of 2 young children, both under the age of 10. And since having children, I've come to realize they are so vulnerable and helpless, you know. If for any reason I'm not able to sort out their daily needs, you know, what we're going to have for breakfast, how we're going to get to school, they cannot do it. So I'd like to know that should I not be able to do it, that the people and the institutions and the organizations around them will be there and ready and able to do it and really protect them. And that's why I'm here, really, for my children.
Good morning. My name is Lionel Dibden. At a personal level, I regard the importance of being here as the importance for me for being here is that any of us could be in a situation where we needed to rely on the system, not unlike what Anna said. And I'm greatly blessed and privileged for not having had to be in that situation up to this time in my life. But if I were, I would want the system to treat me well. And that's what I want for people, families and children who interact with our system. And that's my personal motivation for wanting to see this endeavor work and be effective. And as Minister Bula has said, come up with action to make it different.
Good morning. My name is Eric Wasilenko. I'm a family physician and a palliative care consultant. For the first 10 years of my career, I was in rural family practice in southern Alberta, and for the past 20 years, I've been a palliative care physician. Much of my focus over the past 10 years has, though, been in clinical ethics. In lots of my work on a personal level, I've seen the devastation and anguish borne by individuals and families and communities who've experienced what we're here to talk about today. Perhaps contrary to popular belief, ethics in the clinical world is not about judgment or evaluating right or wrong behavior of people. Rather, it focuses on identifying and addressing the values and beliefs that inform good decision-making. Beliefs and values that are held by people can differ from equally valid beliefs and values and principles held by others. And attempting to resolve those tensions is at the heart of ethics. Addressing moral burden by people such as the staff dealing with the issues we're here to talk about today is also a key activity of ethics. I'm probably the least expert person in this room regarding the particular issues we're here to talk about today. But my interest is in better understanding the voices that contribute to doing the right things for Albertans, and especially for those in our communities who are amongst the most vulnerable. I'll be particularly listening for insights on how we might hear the voices of individuals, families, and communities whose personal lives are most affected by these issues. Thank you for the honor of being here to work with you and learn from you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jennifer McPherson, and I'm also a pediatrician from Calgary. I'm actually here today representing the Calgary Pediatric Society. I'm an executive member of the Child and Maltreatment section of the CPS, and our group put out a position paper last year on the importance of the child death review. And what I'd like to do today is not only follow up on the passion I think that's already been generated about this issue at the Alberta level, but to remember that the importance of having national connections across provinces and territories. So hopefully that's something we can discuss today. At a personal level, my work involves child abuse. I work at the Child Advocacy Centre in Calgary and deal with day in, day out in my professional life, children who are involved in the system. And as much as we try and keep our work and life separate, it can't help but affect us all, I'm sure. So.
Well, this is working? Good morning once again. My name is Del Graff. I can't hear myself. Okay. And I'm the child youth advocate for the province. I'm a social worker by profession, and social work is a profession that I'm very proud of. And it's one that advocacy is a central practice in social work. And so when I think about why this work is professionally important to me, it really goes back to those roots. On a personal note, there we go. On a personal note, I have had involvement with child welfare for many, many years. There are people that I'm very close to who have been involved with child welfare, with child intervention services, and if I were to think about some kind of tragedy happening to some of their children, I would be as devastated as they are when that happens. And so on a personal note, this is in fact a very personal issue to me.
Good morning. My name is Gordon Phaneuf. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Child Welfare League of Canada. And I should mention that the Child Welfare League of Canada is a member organization with organizations involved in child and family services, and children's mental health and youth justice from across the country. We have members in all 10 provinces and all 3 territories. And this issue is at the forefront of our concerns. We speak for the vulnerable children and youth in Canada, and there's no more disturbing adverse outcome than the death of a child that's preventable. So we commend the government of Alberta for convening the roundtable and for the minister's comments this morning, and look forward to the discussions throughout the day. Thank you.
Great. So we'll turn it over to Annie, if you could. Give us your thoughts on what supports a full and meaningful investigation.
Okay, I have several points like in rack together. First, I think we have to be careful not to think, because it's not necessarily perfect now, that we have to throw everything, the water with the baby away. I think there's very good thing in the system, and it's important to keep all what's working well and improve on it. So that's my first thought. Sometimes we want to just get rid and construct something new. I think it's a danger, and we should construct on what's already there. Another very important point is, though the child in care are a special topic that are of particular interest, I think we have to first go back one step, and it's important to review all death of all children, because otherwise we don't have the context to understand what is going on in the subset of the child in care. And I would even go back one more step and think that actually all death of all Albertans deserve to be, to a certain point, reviewed. And building the 2 points together, we already have a system in Alberta that review all the death. It's the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I think we could build on this system and have 3 different set of committees under the umbrella of the Office of the Chief. We could easily have a pediatric death review committee, an adult committee for the death of adult, and an elderly, which is a topic we will not discuss today, but is also of a great importance. The pediatric death review committee I see is very close to the one that was suggested by the Canadian Society of Pediatrics, which actually we were kind of consulted a little bit for this paper, and having a committee of experts that under the umbrella of the chief would, of course, have people from the child advocate, the quality council, pediatrician, police, member of the Crown, people that are in the social worker field, all type of experts that together can bring good recommendation and look not only case one by one, but look at them together. But to do that, we need to have a prevention mandate at the office, which we currently don't have. So that we need some legislative change if there's interest to go into that direction. And we already have operational arm's length from the government, so this problem will not be an issue since we already work operationally as arm's length. Another thing that is very important that we need to address today is once there's a public, so we need other tools than the public fatality inquiry. We need these committees that can do recommendation of their own or look at trends. But when there's a public fatality inquiry, the recommendation currently do not have someone responsible to see what's happening with them. No one has any power under this current law to do anything about it. So even if we wanted, we don't have, anyone does have the legal power. And one suggestion I would throw on the table is to look at the model of Manitoba, where it's the ombudsman that is responsible to do that. I think it's one thing that is worth exploring. Sometimes people want the office to take this. I don't think it would be a good fit for us because this is not something we could do even with a mandate of prevention, but someone like the ombudsman may be a good idea worth exploring.
Thank you. What I wanted to say is, in order to have a meaningful investigation, we have to ask the question, what happened before? So a child is dead. So yes, we can look at it and we can say, okay, died of asphyxiation due to hanging. But what happened before? Had this child tried to kill himself or herself before? And then what happened? And then look further. So what happened before the child even started thinking about killing himself? What were we doing about it? Before that very first attempt. So I'm talking about primary prevention. What's out there in the system? What families are more likely to be at risk of their child beginning to think of harming or killing themselves? And the evidence is out there. It doesn't matter which country you look at. You generally come to the same kind of thing. It's about poverty. It's about substance abuse. It's about unemployment. It's about the history of the parents. Were they abused in their own life, in whatever way, physical, sexual, whatever? How troubled are they? What's the mental state of the parents? If there's some kind of problem, depression, etc., then that child is automatically at risk. So even before the child is born, a lot of the time we can predict which child is likely to get into trouble and which child is likely to end up severely injured and or dead. But also, yes, I know, we're talking about death here, but we should also look at injuries as a near miss for death, because a lot of those children who are severely injured, it keeps happening until they die. Or sometimes it was just sheer luck that they ended up just injured. So you can't escape the fact that injury, particularly severe injury, it's a call for help and has to be part of the conversation. So what I'm talking about is asking before until you get to the very beginning of the story, which is what was going on in that family even before the child was born, and how can we as organizations and societies support that family so that they don't become, in the system or heaven forbid, end up with a dead child, because every dead child is a loss of potential in Alberta. We're all supposed to live to a nice elderly life, if we don't have some kind of, serious disease, congenital, whatever. So it's a loss of potential, and let's think about loss of potential and what happened before. Thank you.
I'm feeling less and less like an expert, is what I'm feeling. Annie York, if I may ask a question about what you said. So in the system that you propose, or the modifications to the system that you're proposing, how would you see the relationship between the current Fatality Review Board? Have you developed some thoughts about how that would coexist with a new system, or would you like to change that system to be able to recommend things? Is that what you said, that you'd like to recommend things differently to what are recommended now through that particular process with the Fatality Review?
I think we could see the two questions as either separate or related, depending what is the wish of the majority of people, expert and other participants. One option would be to remain with a group of So all the deaths that occur in Alberta are reviewed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. They could be split into 3 groups: pediatric, adult, and elderly. And on purpose, I will take the 2 out because they are not part of the discussion today. If we look at the children, then we could have a group of experts as a pediatric death review committee that will look into these. However, Mr. the Facilitator, we are kind of starting the discussion. Would you prefer we keep that for later? Because otherwise, my colleague on the other side of the room will not even have the chance to start. Okay, but that's not a short answer. I can't do that. Sorry. Would you mind, Fiona? Maybe we can keep that for... Maybe we can discuss later. It would be my pleasure. It might not be fair for our colleagues.
Does anybody recognize this kind of conversation from home? Sorry. So I don't know that I have a lot to add to the opening kind of comment, other than to echo what I think Annie has said, which is all child, and which we've said already, all child deaths need to be reported, recorded, documented, and evaluated as a foundation from which we can build our knowledge about the circumstances to identify preventable events and learn from those. The subset of children in care or receiving services is our next conversation, but I think it's very evident to me that needs to be so. We can't not do that, and we've got to, in my view, report about those processes and that information publicly in a way that people can access, that there's not a veil of secrecy around any of that, because we don't learn from that. Protecting people's identity, I mean, I think it's very important in my mind to keep reminding myself about the issue of identifying individuals versus having information about events freely available to people. I think those are 2 very distinctly different things. I think in many circumstances, identities of children, it's not helpful to them or their surviving siblings. That's a whole nother conversation. I think that's question 3, but it's difficult to separate them out. But I think, I don't think that I can say any more at this point about that.
Thanks. So I'll speak in more general terms and about the specific mechanisms or mechanics of the reviews and investigation systems. I try to structure my thinking in this way. All these problems really we need to look at when we're trying to be thorough from the view of addressing structure and process and content. And addressing all those three things are really important. We first need to acknowledge, I think, that the issues are for all Albertans to be interested in. And that's why it's so gratifying to hear the deep commitment of the Minister and government and all the people in this room, certainly including people like the media who have actually uncovered much of the issues that we're here to talk about today and helped the public to be aware of this, to take responsibility as a society rather than just as the formal mechanisms that are already in place. We need to know under what circumstances an investigation will occur. We need to define the principles and goals, and Dr. Cardinal talked about that amongst her wisdom points this morning, that society actually does this, collectively determine the principles and the goals around which we need to be conducting this work, in concert with the accountable bodies and experts. We need to know better the criteria and process steps that are involved, and so that's a bit of transparency. One of the big issues I think that we need to address as well is about timeliness. So when we talk about timeliness from a corporate sort of world or a public sort of world, we try to make things fair and equitable, but really we need timeliness that's appropriate to the circumstances. For instance, if there are potential of risk to others within the family circle or community about the particular child we're investigating, that might necessitate increased speed for a particular review versus other circumstances that are just as tragic but may not require quite the same degree of immediacy regarding the speed of the investigation. Or conversely, might there be a need for particular sensitivity that's assisted by more time allowed, for instance, in grieving for families or communities. We need to be deliberate in our thinking to include and seek the wisdom of unheard voices, including children, families, and caseworkers. We need to really be careful to honor the personhood of this neonate or infant or child or youth. When we think about what we're focused on in investigations, it seems to me that we need to cultivate an attitude that the investigation pays attention to at least three things: the dignity of the individual person that we're addressing in the investigation. Secondly, the dignity of the particular family and community is defined largely and in smaller terms. And thirdly, we need to understand that this work is crucial to helping avoid other tragic circumstances, which many people have talked about today. The last 2 points, I think we need to focus a lot on the exemplary training and retraining and communal learning and debriefing of investigative teams, in addition to emotional support for them. We've heard already today the tremendous moral burden and difficulty of this work, and the ability for us as a society supporting, and the question is about how do we support this good work, supporting those individuals in their team work and in their individual lives to be able to manage the emotional impact of a lot of this work. And then finally, to rationalize the accountable bodies so that we minimize gaps and maximize efficiency and effectiveness in the work. Thanks.
I'd like to bring it down to somewhat of a pragmatic level and focus on that word support that was in the question. What do we need to support an investigation? And one of the things that I've observed in the past is problems with communication between our agencies. And so Minister Buller said, what is an action item that we can move on quickly? And in my mind, it's allowing the appropriate people access to information that will help that investigation. Things as simple as, was that child who died, did they have a newborn metabolic screen that might give us some information about their cause of death? And I've heard an investor say, well, I can't get that information. Well, why not? That's in our Alberta health system, and that should be easily accessible, and yet there's blocks to that information. So simple things like improving access to information while maintaining appropriate privacy, to me, are paramount to supporting an adequate and thorough investigation. So I think that's one step. The other issue, it's a little less pragmatic, but again, at the more that higher level, what you were talking about prevention. And the fact that if we don't look at the circumstances leading up to this, we won't be able to make some of those comments about prevention. So if we're going to include that as a mandate, which I strongly support as well, then to support the investigation, we do need access to that information that preceded the death or the serious injury. So I think those are a couple of things that we should focus on.
It's interesting because as the conversation goes around, I end up with more and more to raise. One of the things that we were having a discussion about last night is that I believe people in Alberta think we do have a system that provides full and meaningful investigation, and they're not aware of the disconnectedness between agencies that have responsibilities and the communications challenges and those things that the average Albertan would think that all of those systems are in place in this province. I'd like to talk just briefly about the paper that the Canadian Pediatric Society put out, because I think what it does is it provides both a framework for how can the issue of child death review look across this country. And in fact, in putting it that way, they also present a challenge to us in Alberta, because they speak about every region in the country having a predictable process that reviews all child deaths. And so when I think about, what do we do, they've actually provided a framework for what do we do. When I think about how do we do it, I get mired in the challenges because they're substantial. But I'd really just encourage us to look at that paper specifically, because it outlines some very, very important points about the full range of children in Alberta and what we should consider as a region regarding child death review. The other thing that I just say before I pass this to Gord is that I think part of the whole need for us to have a system that in fact does work, that does communicate, that does reflect that framework that's in that paper. Until we have that, we're going to be very challenged to get upstream from the tragedies. It's in fact the tragedies that pulled us all into this room today. To get upstream from that, we need to have something that's a predictable framework that's going to push us upstream, because we don't pay attention. I mean, it's a challenge for me to say, but we don't pay attention until it gets here. I saw as part of the tweeting going on, one from Don Braid that said, there's 175 people here online. Wish there were 175,000. And I agree.
Thank you. This is a very, very fundamental question. I'm glad it's question one. And I want to underscore what it's really asking and what you're hearing. The question is it all children? And the answer you're hearing is yes. All children, all deaths. A child death review process that's structured, that's standardized, that's thoroughgoing, that looks at all deaths, not merely homicides and suicides, which of course are crucial to be investigated, but accidental deaths, natural deaths, and undetermined. Let's remind ourselves where we are as a country, how we looked at these cases 20 years ago, how we looked at them 10 years ago, how we're improving practice from a year ago, and the misclassification in the past. There's much, much more to learn. And we need to look at all of the deaths, and it needs to be done in a standardized way that's thorough. In addition to which, and I think we'll explore some of this further later in the day, is it's imperative that there be good reporting for accountability, but also to learn from every death and the lessons from an individual death that put in the context of the many, so that we can actually identify what went wrong, what the pattern is, what the trend is, and then move to action to correct things. The only other comment I make is just to pick up on a comment by Dr. Bennett, and I think it's crucial when we look at child death investigation, review, and reporting, that we look at the child variables, the pieces that pertain to the child and to the family, but we not stop there. that we also look at the community factors and the structural or the societal factors. So we've heard the minister speak to it, and others have today, and we need to remember that those individual family and community factors are very important, but those larger factors are important as well. The poverty, the social isolation, the discrimination, unemployment, poor housing. We're obliged to look at those, and sometimes we want to look past them. And we need to remind ourselves that these tragedies occur in a context.
We can jump in?
Jump in.
I'm super happy that after not even, well, one turnaround, we seem to already have one consensus. If someone doesn't agree, talk now or stay silent forever or join my office. We seem to have a consensus that all death needs to be reviewed. So I didn't hear any controversy at all on that point. I would like now to link this idea with 2 points, one from Jennifer and one from Dale, that I think are very important. I hear that there's a need to have all the proper information, and there's disconnect. And I would go back to one of my comments earlier and one I would add now to join them together. I made earlier the comments that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner already have an overview of all the death, and the lack of information you're mentioning, actually I would say it's more a problem of connection, because we do have all this information. By law, we have the right to all this information, so for us, it's not an issue. But there's a problem of connection, though, and we all work isolatedly. And I would pitch in a further comment on this, is that the new system not only will have to be a good quality and improve on what's already existing, because as I said before, we should not throw everything out. There's a lot of good pieces. We should also be careful to not create a system that duplicates so much that it's more costly for Albertans, because I think we want a good system, not necessarily pay more taxes for that system, because at the end of the day, it's all our money. So we have to be very respectful of that. And by doing better connection, we might be able to improve the system without improving the cost of it. For example, if we were to start always at the level of all death at the office, just because it's easier, because we already have by law all this information, but then connect and have part, like the child advocate or the quality counsel could be part of the pediatric death review committee. And a decision could then be made that this kid, this death, is better to be kept as a trend with the others, or it's better that this case is further explored by that pediatric death review committee. But in some other cases, we might decide it's not the good committee to go forward because of the type of cases, and it might be further explored better by the child advocate resources, or by the quality counsel resources, or by the chief medical officer resources, if it's more something, for example, in an infection. Or so there could be other part, but in a more integrated approach, starting from all death. And in this case, I think the office has the resources, and by law already is looking at all of it.
Just as a practical example, Annie, does your office have access to things like NetCare that would provide the kind of information that Jennifer was talking about?
Can I leave the room right now? Okay, you have put your finger on a very complex question. We have the right by law to all the information in it. We currently do not have a direct access in the computer. So we have to phone someone that will give us what we need. However, everyone's agreed that it's not ideal, and lawyers are working on making us an access to NetCare to make our life easier. So we have the content, all the information is available to us, but the way we're doing it for now is time consuming. It will be solved. It's just a matter of time.
I was just going to say, for those of you who don't have a clue what NetCare is,
good point.
NetCare is the electronic medical information system that physicians through the province have access to for results of lab tests, for example, X-ray reports and those kinds of things. That's what NetCare is.
I wanted to comment just about the
Pediatric Death Review Committee process, because one of the things that I see as a challenge is when groups come together by intention and there isn't the legislative authority to drive their work. My experience has been that when there's legislative authority attached to the work, it makes it so that people don't just come together with good intention. They come together because the legislation drives them to continue to keep coming together. And that's a critically important thing. So, for example, if the Pediatric Death Review makes some commentary or recommendations about some type of action that needs to be taken, there's a difference when that is a voluntary, we'll do it if it makes sense to us to do, versus we'll do it because the legislative authority is there to drive that action forward.
You have such an important point. What I would envision, if people think it's a good idea, would be to give a mandate of prevention to the office, and that therefore to define these three committees I was talking about, the children, the pediatric one, the adult, and the elderly, to have a definition by law, and then that all the members of the committee have a role by law, so that it's a legislative thing. Actually, our current Pediatric Death Review Committee is no longer really in function, and one of the main reasons is that the office didn't have a mandate of prevention. We were just meeting together, but there's not much we could really do, because without having a mandate of prevention, you can't really do recommendation. And it was not our mandate, so therefore using the resources in that line was not respectful of why the money was given to us in the first place by Albertans. So yes, for sure, we need a legislative change if we decide to go in that direction.
A further comment on Dell's point, one of the things we looked at in preparation for the roundtable was an international scan of some promising practices on child death review internationally, and the three that we highlighted in the UK and in the United States and New Zealand, all three, when we did our stakeholder interviews, top of the list, when we said what's really important, from your experience of having done this for years, what's working, what's the piece that you would really say needs to be there, and they said, yeah, without exception, strong legislation. They didn't say legislation. They said strong legislation, because professionals representing systems and disciplines and areas of accountability come to the table knowing that. And while everyone's concerned about rigorous information sharing, there needs to be the infrastructure to allow that to occur without recriminations. And it's crucial that all the information be on the table, and that it lead to strong data collection. And it's not just simply data collection, there has to be the formal hard lifting of data linkage across the appropriate government ministries and other players. And to say that we're doing that we're not there yet. We're not there yet as a country, and we're not there in many other jurisdictions in the developed world. So it's not an easy piece. Legislation's one piece of it, enabling legislation that can allow the sharing of information in a rigorous, consistent way. And to complement that is the need to capture the information with rigor, so that we're talking about the same things, collecting the same information, so we can report in a way that allows us to learn and compare A with A and B with B. And so that when we say, well, using data to inform change, that we can actually take that to the next stage and implement the changes that help prevent these tragedies.
So we could say then that as the fish, we're known as fish, we have two areas of consensus. One, that all child deaths in Alberta need to be reviewed. And two, that there needs to be strong legislation by which those reviews are enabled. And then the third piece for me is that legislation enable a system that's consistent with what the Canadian Pediatric Death Review paper suggests. And so I put that as a challenge to see if in this table of fish there is disagreement or agreement.
Well, I would certainly voice agreement on the issue of the Canadian Pediatric Society paper. Yes, surprise. And I think, again, that comes back to that point of looking at this nationally as well as at a provincial level. And I think it's so important that we keep that in mind, because I think while we want to make, encourage change and better practices in Alberta, I think a goal should be across the country. And Annie mentioned earlier about not reinventing the wheel. I think it's really important as we go forward that we look closely at what all the other provinces are doing and try and create something that's in alignment so that when we come to the point where we want to look at national data, we can compare apples to apples and have similar data sets.
The province, when we start comparing with provinces, I have to warn you that we have to be careful because they have different systems. First of all, coroner versus medical examiner is a huge difference. So if we look at the comparator, it's not ideal to choose a province that is coroner. So Quebec, Ontario, BC are coroners. Another big difference is Alberta is already extremely centralized. That's why we are so good. In a lot of other provinces, forensic pathologists are scattered through the province and not under the umbrella of the coroner's office. So we are already talking about weaker system than ours. I think if we want to improve our system, our best comparator might be Manitoba because it's first an ME system. I think there's things we do already as good or even better. It's not a general comment on Manitoba versus Alberta. There's one thing in their system that actually inspired me for my earlier comments. Their chief medical examiner do have the mandate of prevention, and they do have these 3 committees I was talking about, and they do have the ombudsman to looking at the recommendation down the line. So I think we have to be careful when we compare. We also have to be very careful when we compare with other countries. You mentioned UK, New Zealand. They are actually coroners, so it's a very different system. There's a lot of things we already do better. And when you look at United States, it's a melting pot. So you cannot compare United States as a whole. It's a mixture of coroners and medical examiner. Maybe because I'm mentioning this and I understand a lot of people might not understand the difference between a coroner and a medical examiner. In 2 sentences, though it's a lot more complex than that, a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist. So he's someone that went to university for 11 years to know all about death investigation and has all the knowledge, and then you give them the power. In a coroner system, the coroner is, depending on the system, could be a doctor, could be a lawyer, could be a farmer, could be a truck driver, could be a hairdresser. They're not necessarily people that have the same background of training as a forensic pathologist. So they never do an autopsy, for example. They have forensic pathologists doing the autopsy for them. Very different system. I think we have to be very careful. Doesn't mean their system is not good. That's not what I said. It's a very different system, and we have to be very careful if we want to compare. Medical examiner system are better comparator. Only 4 provinces in Canada. So if we exclude us, there's only 3 comparator. Unfortunately, Newfoundland and Nova Scotia are very good offices, but not of a size that allow an easy comparison. So therefore, the only comparator remaining is Manitoba. Luckily for us, it's a very good system, so we can learn. There's things, as I said, we do better, things they do better. We can learn from them to improve.
Yes, I just wanted to sort of follow up on Dr. McPherson's point about, couldn't hear me, sorry. I just wanted to follow up on the point about data collection and how data is very essential here. Because we need to know what's happening. We need to know what's happening over time. We need to break it down into communities as much as possible. But we also need to look at how we're defining things within that data. So, for example, if something is defined as an accident, there's usually that feeling of, it's, I don't know, for want of a better term, act of God, we can't do anything about it. But for a lot of those things, for example, if a child drowns, it's likely to be put as an accident. But what were the circumstances that led to that child being in a place where they could drown? And then when you begin to look at it that way, then it becomes preventable. When a newborn dies from sudden infant death syndrome, a lot of the time we have no clue why that's happened. But some other times you can begin to, if you take away that accident, act of God, medical cause, then you begin to look at what could we have done to stop it? There is evidence about some of the things that can increase risk of, for example, sudden infant death syndrome that we can work on. So it's to look at the terms we're using. So is a medical death still preventable, and how can we break it down? You know, how many congenital problems, so congenital, something someone is born with, could have been prevented? How many of those, you know, falling down the stairs, for example, a toddler falls down the stairs, breaks his neck and dies. Is that an accident, or can it be preventable? So we've got to make the data in such a way that it inspires action. It doesn't make us sort of sit back and go, oh, there's nothing we could have done about that. Because there are very few deaths that cannot be prevented. You've got to think about that a lot of these things, it's just how you classify it and how you look at it and how you push the system. So when we're collecting data, we need to focus on that thing about how we're talking about it, because that's what inspires or makes us pull back from action.
I'm strongly in support of Dell's question regarding the three areas that we have some consensus on. But returning to some of Gordon's comments regarding the context around all this, we're talking, and I'm very supportive of this notion of doing a better job of integrating the knowledge we have, the data, to make some actual systemic change. But do we know yet? I'm going to be a bit provoking here, I think, I hope. Do we know, as people who are on the inside being the investigators, the impact of the style and approach of our investigations, what the legislation says, on the people that we're investigating? So the impact on families, on communities, larger and smaller, of the way that we fulfill our mandate, being good people, being accountable. Do we have the research or the understanding? Have we listened to the voices of those who we're investigating to see the effect? Are we actually visiting more trauma on people by the way that we investigate? And I have no idea if I know the answer. I don't know the answer. So it's a question, again, asking for the voice of a broader group of people to understand, are we doing this in the right way? So the data that we collect is really important, and we need to integrate it. How do we collect some of the data that's about the context of people's lives, the suffering that's already been part of these lives?
I have a follow-up question for you, Ada. You talked about it's important how you classify the information you look at. Does that help us answer knowing which types of deaths or injuries to further look at? Because one of the things I noticed in your system, Annie, is that there needs to be a decision as to where an investigation belongs. What groups of people would look further into it? How do we know we're looking at the right ones? Could we, in fact, be missing ones because we're not classifying them in the right way?
That's what I'm hoping to bring out here. I don't have the exact answer, but it's just thinking about what we term as a death that we need to look into further.
Actually, classification is the mandate of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. We are classifying cause and manner of death. That's why it's good to start at this level, because there's a lot of confusion around words. For example, you were using the words SIDS, Sudden Infant Death Syndrome. If you look for that on a death certificate nowadays, you will never find it, because there's been a Canadian agreement that all provinces except Ontario have decided to follow, where we don't use this term anymore. So if we start with the people that do the classification and then go down, it helps in understanding what we're talking about. Actually, I would really like to hear what Dell and Lionel think of this idea of starting with all death as reviewed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, having these pediatric death review of expert, which your offices would be, of course, a part of, and then maybe staying at this level for trans and big cases, and other cases going further investigation under your own legislation and set of rules detached from the Pediatric Death Review Committee, but fed to be sure you're not missing cases and having already some information. What do you think of this idea?
I think fundamentally that design principle is one that I would personally, and I think from our conversations around council, where the notion of all child deaths being reviewed as a place that we all came to, I think we would thus, I mean, theoretically, depending. This is the time when fish swim in little circles. depending on the detail, obviously, I mean, the devil is in many of these details, obviously, around all of these issues, but in principle, participating in a process where there was the evaluation of all child deaths to determine what happened next in any of those individual cases would be a place that I think I would feel was a good place to start for sure. Obviously, the detail of what was required, what information was required to make the next set and series of decisions is going to be critical. And how much information would need to be gathered on all of those deaths to be able to make informed decisions that were as close to accurate and correct as you could possibly manage. That obviously would need to be worked out in a different forum. But in principle, for sure, recognizing that the deaths in care, deaths in receiving service are a subset that would then have their own processes that would develop separately. The value of participating in that, I would think, depending on how the system was designed, that it would be iterative. So in other words, the gathering of this base data would then inform the next part of the process, would inform the next part, and it would be a growing body of knowledge about all of those incidents and situations that would then inform the next process. So we would try to avoid the duplication that you've mentioned, be adding value at each step, and then be able to make the best decisions possible in each of those circumstances. So in that kind of construct, if I understand what you're saying correctly, certainly I would support that, and I think Council would be pleased to see that sort of system evolve.
Actually, I really like how you re-explained the going down, so using the less resources to have the better result. I would like to know, I know if we go in that direction, a lot more talking of the details will be important, but do you have any thought already on what type of details would be very important for you and would be kind of if this is not there, then it changed my overall mind on the process? Do you have such, or is it too early to go in that direction?
Could we leave that for a thought to come back to us later with?
I'd be happy with that.
Okay, then do you have any?
My sense is that it would depend on the nature of the relationship. And so if what you're suggesting is that there's a structure through the medical examiner's office for looking at all child deaths in Alberta, and those that are recommended through a pediatric death review committee would come to the advocate to look into further, I'd be cautioning about that.
That's not what I said, sorry.
Okay.
No, you would be part of that committee, and you would have already information on all death, and the death that you think are better investigated by your office, you would let us know so that we don't lose resources to duplicate. Because I think sometimes it's kind of sad that there's 3 groups doing the same work, and that end up for a less amount of quality being a lot more expensive. And I think we all want a good quality system, but we don't necessarily want to increase the cost of it. So if you had like an overview of all the death, but you would make your own decision under your own law for what your office do, but you could let us know you're doing these, so that we don't lose resources if you're already doing it.
And provided that those entities that have specific responsibilities can sort out the decision-making process regarding roles and tasks. Because I think that it is very easy to get confused because we put more structures and more structures and more structures. And so we would need to have that dialogue so that it would be workable. Certainly I have a real interest in ensuring that our decisions are informed by people who have information that we don't. And so in that context, what you're suggesting is very positive. I think the devil's in the details, if you will.
I think I agree with what's been going on, that definitely we do need very strong legislation and things organized at that investigative level. But I want to pull us back a little bit to the before event again, about what happened before the child died. So before the child dies, if the child is in the system, in our system, they would have had caseworker after caseworker. So what part of the legislation or what part of our system looks at how that part of it functions, how those frontline staff are being supported to prevent things getting up to the stage where we end up with a death or a serious injury that might lead to permanent disability, etc. So where are we with that? And do we need stronger legislation? Do we need more people out in the field? Do we need to strengthen those people who are out in the field, who are seeing these things every day, who, by and large, a lot of the time can predict which children are going to die? It's unfortunate, but they know. But the impression I get is that they don't always feel able to push it to that next level to really stop it from happening. Either they're severely overworked or there isn't the structure to make that extra move to stop it. And I don't know what this forum can tease out of that to make recommendations about how we can strengthen that system out there in the field that really should be stopping our children dying.
I just wanted to comment that I think that, again, coming back to the CPS paper, is that by analyzing trends, so having the review committee, you can identify trends and make informed judgments, because I think it's very easy on a case-by-case basis to say, oh, somebody should have done that, or somebody should have done that, or that person wasn't well enough trained. But we can't really move forward and make improvements in the system unless we have a really good sense of what the trends are. And that's where having that general review, like you were talking about, Annie, where we look at all deaths and then we look at deaths in care in that context and really get a sense of it. Then I think we can advocate for change that's meaningful and will actually result in positive outcomes.
If I may, the second question addresses that issue maybe more than I've been trying to restrain myself from saying anything around those issues to be respectful of the question. But as we talk about the question, I think it's very important to recognize that we haven't mentioned or referred to or referenced the serious injury part of this question. When we had been talking before, I think it was very clear that designing a system of this kind that we're talking about, that evaluates, reviews, investigates, whatever words you use to describe it, death and serious injury, that is not really possible. The officer, chief medical examiner, does not get involved with injury. The point that is important and a real challenge it will be going forward, because your comments are really about the prevention side of injury as well as death. Injury being a sentinel event that could lead to death, but also is an important one for learning. In the health situation that I'm familiar with, those near misses that we talk about are really important going forward. But to try and capture that in a system that looks at child death investigation, I think, just to be clear, I don't think we're talking about both of those things in the same breath. I'm not sure whether, to honor Minister Burler's commitment to talking about serious injury that was made, I think that's really important in the context of children in care and receiving services. Is very important, but in this conversation that we've been having, we've been solely focused on death investigations. I just wanted to add and link to something that was said much earlier, and that is the importance of the recommendations, because I think we can build the best possible system in the whole world if we do not have an effective and very strong and legislated, arguably, process to document, follow, and follow up on implementation of recommendations. It is a waste of time, money, and effort. So I think a critical part, and it feeds into what our council has already done, and one of our recommendations was to create such a tracking system within the ministry, and that recommendation was accepted by then Minister Hancock, and it's underway. And I think it speaks to the real importance of that next part. So, Del, you asked some question early on about consensus. I think the elements of the Canadian Pediatric Society paper, I think we've clearly been talking around and supporting in many ways. I would add then the fourth area that we need to have some sort of consensus on it. What needs to happen as part of the review process. Recommendations will be produced. We've got to have a system that is very robust, that'll document, follow, and track those recommendations, or else we might as well not bother.
I think we don't want to be review number 52 that gets filed away and nobody pays attention to.
I would actually like to know what do you think of the suggestion of having the ombudsman following the recommendation, or do you have a better idea? Because currently no one has the power in law, so who should have the power to review these recommendations, that they are applied or not? Who should? I was suggesting ombudsman, but what do you think?
Just a comment before attempting to answer. In the resource kit that most have, I think, there's a paper by Professor Eileen Monroe, and she talks about the concepts of, in child intervention and child welfare, of looking for system-based problem detection. How do we improve the system? And these are not her words, but let me phrase it this way, and it really goes to Eric's comment a couple moments ago. There's a tendency in child death to get into a culture of blame, as opposed to a culture of improvement and accountability. And sometimes that holds us back. So we don't move ahead because we're frozen in the moment on a tragedy that's occurred, and we lose sight of the larger picture. And we need to go back and look dispassionately at what went wrong in a system, not to assign blame, but to see how can this reoccur? How did this come to pass? And that, I think, when we do that population-wide, when we look at that as a province as a whole, or more ambitiously as a country as a whole, it means you need to have the right information. You need to capture it the right way. You need to analyze and synthesize it the right way, and it needs to be shared, and you need to put working boots on it so people are actually using the data. And that means rigorous data linkage from the right systems. And we don't have that yet, and we need to get to that point. If we're going to talk meaningfully about preventing serious injury and preventing child death, it's going to mean more rigorous data linkage from the systems that are involved there. Public health, child injury prevention, child well-being. And we need to be moving towards indicators that show that we're making progress in those regards, and that we think about the individual tragedy in the context of the larger trends and patterns. So that, like the minister referred to a moment ago, or at the outset, that when we take that very celebrated example from child injury in Canada, where years ago, about 15 years ago, 2-liter bottles of pop were in glass containers. And they would explode, and children would be injured. And that would be treated as an individual problem, a terrible little tragedy that needed to have a medical response. But we weren't looking at it writ large as a national issue. And when you put the data together, it was pretty darn clear what needed to happen. Now, that's not to oversimplify what we're dealing with, but we are kind of hampering ourselves by not having this rigorous, multi-dimensional data linkage that allows us to see the conditions of risk that some of our children are in and some of our families are in.
But the part about the data is more easy in Alberta than other provinces or country, because we already have a central office that review all the death. What we only need to do is add a prevention mandate, and then all the data will be analyzed and put in tables and look further into. So that's an easy part for Alberta compared to other locations. But if we go back to the ombudsman, what do you think, or do you have other suggestions? No comments?
Well, can you give us an example maybe of some other...
Okay, maybe I can explain the process.
Could I just interrupt for a second? We're only having a few minutes to discuss, but that might be a very interesting question to take into the groups, to ask when you're sitting in with the groups with that potential.
Can I explain the system, though? Because if Jennifer doesn't understand, then I suppose a lot of people don't necessarily know. So once there's a public fatality inquiry, there's a judge that is ordered to do the inquiry. At the end of it, he might do no recommendation, or he might do a set of recommendations. These recommendations are sent by letter to the people to whom it applies to. In the past, our office was then receiving the letters of people answering if they would do something about the recommendation or not. But the problem is that we have no teeth in law to do anything about it. So if people choose not to answer, there's nothing anyone can do. If they choose to answer and say, that's a bad idea, there's nothing anyone can do. And if they invest a lot of time in answering in 10 pages what they will do about it, it's still no one has the power to do anything in law. And that's a common problem in all the provinces currently. There's no system where the recommendations are binding by law. So it's a choice of people to answer or not. However, there's provinces like Manitoba that have chosen that the person that will take all the recommendation and will make sure people answer to explain why they won't or to explain why they will and which change they will do is the ombudsman. Some people were suggesting our office should do it. The problem is that I don't think it's the right set. After the fact of the inquiry, this is no longer the business of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I think it needs it to be a third party that has some power by law. And I think the ombudsman, like in Manitoba, might be a good idea. There might be other ideas out there. I don't think it should be for our office to do, however. And yes, Lionel was mentioning HS has started to do some tracking, but my understanding is that it's limited tracking of the one that applies directly more to this ministry or to the children, but there's a lot of recommendation for the elderly, for the workers, for the farmers, for all over the place, and a single point should be monitoring this. Ombudsman is just a suggestion. I think there's a need that we would all agree of. What is the need can be defined.
Yeah, can I just make a comment about? For me, when you ask the question of is the ombudsman a good fit for doing this, I'm still trying to sort out what are all of those ingredients that would make a robust recommendation, review, reporting function effective. And so for me, there's still some discussion about what is it that's needed to make effective reporting of recommendations and whether they're being achieved or not happen, and then looking at, well, what's the entity to do that. But I'm still back at kind of, well, they need to have some authority that's separated from government. They need to have some ability to deal with complex data and significant amounts of data. So those are just two examples of things that I think are necessary, that are sorted through. Then for me the question becomes, well, is there an entity best able to do that? And so for me, you're putting kind of the entity before I understand all of those things that are needed, and so I'm a bit confused about. So I can't really comment about, is the ombudsman the right one?
So just before we wrap up this section, any last comments from any of the fish?
I think we did a lot of consensus already.
Well done. So what we'll do is we're going to go to break in a minute. Just to couple of notices. I'd like to acknowledge that we have Associate Minister Jansen and Minister Horn from Health here joining us today, along with a lot of other people. We could probably acknowledge everyone in the room, but make note of two. When we come back from the break, the room will be, we'll bring some flip charts out, we'll have some note takers, they're going to have some digital recorders. We're going to be sending the experts down fairly randomly into the groups around the room. Dr. Dibden has very kindly offered to be engaging with the people in the webcast, so they aren't being excluded from this discussion. They can have that. I've been noticing a very healthy discussion on Twitter going on around it, and I know we've had a lot of great comments that are coming in through the webcast, and we will be taking those as much into account as the discussions we have today when the report is prepared out of here. So just a word to those who aren't actually in the room. We are listening. We want your comments. We want your discussion and debate. I hope you enjoy talking to Dr. Dibden later on. So let's all take a break, and we'll start back sharp at 11:30. Thank you.
About education of workers, training of people, and about accountability when things went wrong. So I'm sure I haven't got the question precise, but it was in relation to if a child is killed in the community by a family.
Thank you. If a child is killed by a family in the community, they're investigated, police can, they're charged and held accountable. Why would workers or people in the in a foster situation, not be held accountable in the same way. There's one very specific question. My response to that was, well, actually, the same processes are in place for those situations in reality, but it gave me the opportunity to say, in general, we're hoping to move the system away from, my words, shame and blame, individual identity, to a more systemic inquiry around the circumstances of what go wrong in situations like this, so that the system and the contribution to the events can be addressed rather than the individual identified and booted out or whatever else might happen. So those were some of the themes from the questions that I fielded, I think.
Thanks. We had a group of experts, I would say, and it just reinforces my view that I said at the outset this morning. The people on the dais here are focus of a bit of the conversation and to get things started, but expertise lies within the room. And of course, the expertise lies outside of the room as well, just as equally. We had a really strong focus on a number of things, and I will only mention a few of them. And some of them will come up in the next question as well that we discuss later this afternoon. But a recurring theme that we've heard already in this recap is that the health system has a way, as an exemplar, of looking at itself without a blame focus. Now, being part of the health system, I realize that's good language, but it's not always as good as we think it is in the way we look at ourselves. Child intervention system needs this focus as well. So we need enabling legislation like in the Health Information Act, Section 9, privileged information, privileged conversations that people have. And this needs to be looked at as a learning opportunity, a learning organization, a learning process, rather than one of shame and blame, which others have talked about as well. The reviews often seem to be about compliance with process. And it's supposed to be not about processes and checklists, but we need to focus it more on how decisions are made. Are the tools correct? Are they the good ones that help individuals in the review, whether they're frontline caseworkers or they're other people looking at it from a more system level? Are the decisions being made well? What's the thinking process? Are the tools there for people to actually make those decisions in an appropriate way? And recognizing that a lot of the conversation was the fact that this is a really profoundly human endeavor. It's not just about data, and it's not just about processes and checklists, but it is really about judgment. And so arming people with the ability to make good decisions, live with those decisions, have them reviewed in a learning way, and have the sort of sense of comfort with the way they make decisions and how they'll be judged will also be critically important. We focused a little bit on issues of research, and we heard from some people in our group who have actually fabulous databases regarding research around how reviews go and how around how casework goes. There's also others in the room who have been doing some of that work in other jurisdictions. The methodology used by caseworkers impacts the social worker themselves, impacts the process around which they're doing their work, and likely impacts the people that they're actually reviewing and interviewing as well. So if we don't understand really the range of methodology and what's being used for what circumstances, we have a bigger chance to get that potentially wrong or not as high quality. So that was a key point. Lots of support for the notion that frontline workers need to be in the tent of discussion improvement, so not outside of it. And we had a lot of frontline workers or people who had been frontline workers as well who live that every day, and important to hear from them and also have them be part of the process improvement. So almost like a sense of could we do a time and motion study or a process map of how people go about this particular work so that we can look for ways of improvement? And there'll be some specific suggestions that come up later in the afternoon about that. There was mention about some of the people in the room today, perhaps, that we should be including, like folks from federal agencies as well. And then, of course, people who have been through the system and have actually survived as now young adults who would be able to give us really important perspectives about what it seemed like from their point of view and how things could have been better. And then finally, and in sort of part of that theme, people were focused lots this morning on data, and it's really important to look at that from a system point of view, but there was also support in our group for listening to the narrative voice. And although that word wasn't used particularly, that's what I took from it, is that it's about the stories as well of people, not just the rolled up data, but contextualizing both the data gathering, but also the recommendations that we bring, whether it's through an inquiry or some other process, to contextualize it to the person. So the narrative stories of individuals are really important as well.
Thanks. I think I'll start by answering Philip's question, which was, in what way did my thoughts evolve in our small group discussion? And I think one of the things that became most apparent to me is that we're dealing with an incredibly complex system, even just within Ministry of Human Services, let alone all the other agencies involved, many, many layers. And so for our goal to be successful in terms of having a well-supported investigation into child death, there has to be an incredible amount of thought and communication put into this to allow these various components to integrate. And it's really, I mean, I think anyone would know it's complex, but I think just even in my small group, it made me realize it's more complex than I'd even imagined. So with that as a background, I can maybe summarize some of the thoughts that we had as a group. And I think similar themes have emerged, not surprisingly. And I think the first is, that, again, that consensus that an overarching death review committee is probably a really good starting point for that. And we envisioned that as being like a triage body. So you review all the deaths, and then you have people from the various agencies attending that committee, and then triaging that out to their own groups depending on the level of investigation that is necessary. And in doing so, maybe avoiding duplication. I think that's something that came up in our group, that, wow, I think maybe that group looks into the investigates the death, and so does that group, and are we expending all these resources doing the same thing? And why not identify what specific element of that issue needs to be addressed, and then give that to the appropriate body? So that was one thing, having the sort of the triage element. And then I think the other things have really been touched on. We talked about the need for standardization of a protocol, and really clarifying what information is it that we want out of a review process, and separating that from individual actions that may be around, an individual person's course of action versus systemic issues, and really sorting out which of those we're looking at. And then within that sort of standardized protocol, the training of individuals who might carry out that kind of a review is really important. Gave the analogy of delivering a baby. Back to Lionel's original comments, if you only deliver one baby a year, you're not going to be very good at that. You want someone who does this frequently. So rather, and again, having multiple different people doing these reviews, trying to have it with someone who can create a sort of a body of experience. And then again, having the data looked at by someone who has experience in that area as well. We talked about the issue, and I think that this already came up a little bit as well, that in order to be able to compare data between deaths in general and deaths of children who are within intervention, within the intervention system, you need to apply the same rigor to those deaths that are not children who are in the system. But how do you do that in a way that's sensitive? Everyone knows, obviously, if a child's in care, there is going to be quite a bit of review. But if you don't apply that same level of rigor to the other children, you can't really compare those deaths reasonably. So that's, and I don't think we came up with an answer to how we would do that, but that's certainly something that has to be taken into account. And then I think finally, again, this has been touched on and comes back to Annie's comments earlier about who implements the review, the recommendations of a review. And we thought that perhaps, and this probably gets into some of the later questions too, but rather than creating an entirely separate entity, can we use existing structures that have been developed and feed it out through that, as opposed to trying to create a whole new structure. So I think that's sort of the essence of what we talked about, and lots of other things too, but I think those have been repeated.
The group that I was with is this group of strong women behind me to the left there. And I hope I do them justice. Oh, and Dr. Rideout. I hope I do them justice. One of the first things that came forward in our discussion was about the impact of children's deaths on communities, and we're talking about people who come from a perspective of many of them being long-term directors of delegated First Nations agencies or of a Child and Family Service Authority, and recognizing that the workforce is impacted significantly from these deaths. We talked about the question of accountability for the work that's being done, and often accountability focuses on file reviews and doesn't focus attention on the support and the amount of time and energy that a worker uses to connect with young people or with their families. We talked about when there's a child death, that to understand what's going on in a community and what they're experiencing, those of us that are from outside those communities need to spend time there and need to understand and develop the relationships that would allow us to appreciate what they're experiencing. We also talked about the need for us to have support for people who are grieving. That's a critically important component of when we look at the whole issue of child death review. We talked about the need to move away from fear when we're looking at review and focus on learning. About providing more of an investment in our children and moving upstream in terms of prevention, investing in our children in ways that prevent those kinds of crisis situations. One of the things that came up in our group was the question of participation in the expert panel process. And one of our members said, what would it look like if the expert panel was made up of Aboriginal people? Would the discussion change? Would the questions change? Would the outcome change? And it was really an interesting kind of thing to think about. It was what our group started to then have a dialogue about that, and about the fact that in First Nations and Métis communities there are many experts who could be at these tables and in these circles and contribute significantly. I think I've said, and the comments that they made has influenced my thinking considerably. So thank you.
Great. We had a very interesting discussion, and some of the key highlights were talking about, one way of capturing would be the power of data. Some of the examples from public health about where a problem was identified, information collected, and then significant change occurring that saved lives. And two really powerful examples that are directly on point. So here in Alberta in the late 80s, early 90s, with some federal support, federal government support and federal leadership on infant health, some very significant strides in preventing SIDS, with the recognition of what was happening, what the dynamics were. And that was presented as a very helpful example of what it looks like, what can happen when we collect the information with rigor and put it together and then start saying, okay, this is what's not working, rather than the culture of blame. It's more the culture of improvement and accountability. And a second example, equally powerful, which was new to me and quite moving, and it's a Manitoba example of adolescent suicide, where I guess there were a number of cases where the young people had hung themselves, which is not the most frequent form of suicide for young adults. It's more an adult behavior, and it was looked into there. So there was early detection of this as a pattern, and then early response, and in fact, the significant progress in reducing the occurrence of it by just identifying what was going on, understanding the dynamics, and acting on it and responding to it quickly. Both kind of powerful examples of how we've got to look at the individual tragedy in the larger context, looking not only at family issues and child issues, but cultural issues, community issues, societal factors. Both spoke to that. And then we moved into some very practical, practice-oriented concerns, which I think have been repeated to some degree elsewhere, and that's about the need for information sharing, getting the information to those who need it in a timely way. And we had good examples from law enforcement and from child welfare practice where, of course, that's occurring, and it's often done on the basis of relationships, because there's trust and there's an understanding of roles, and there's a long-standing association or relationship. And that led a little bit to a conversation about the need to make sure that that sharing of information can happen even more broadly. And that goes to some of the earlier points about the need for legislation that ensures that information sharing is done with rigor and with consistency. Related to that was the whole piece around the need for training, and that the information sharing shouldn't be left to be based on personalities or the individuals involved. It's not only a matter of professional practice, but it just needs to be part of the context of the work we do. And as has already been noted, these are very, very complex cases covering different disciplines, different systems, and so we can't leave those sorts of things to chance. It means training, it means support, it means supervision, it means booster shots on all of those things.
So what were some of the specific actions that your group was thinking were priorities?
Sure. Well, that's timely, because out of that came the identification that protocols are needed. And I think people were quick to say protocols exist, but they need to be revisited. And I think in this domain, we've gone through different phases on protocol development. I think in Alberta and other parts of the country, we've done very well in protocol development on child sexual abuse. And we've done it, for example, on SIDS. But it did speak to the larger issue of the need for protocols and reviewing protocols, and not from a, like a cardboard compliance perspective, but rather protocols that are robust and responsive and meet the needs of practice and of the families we're working with. I'm going from memory now, but there was clearly a consensus that there needs to be an annual report on child deaths, and that's a fairly straightforward recommendation. Then a more complex piece was, the need for possibly an annual report card that we take it a step further. So really that notion that you're seeing in some other jurisdictions where you get into indicator development, so you can actually say we're making progress and have a metric that allows you to say that, and start getting to really solid outcome measures to say we're making a difference in this way, making a difference in that way. So an annual report's one piece. An annual report card might be qualitatively something even more special. And then, as we heard this morning, there was discussion, and one of the concrete actions everyone agreed on was a status report on the recommendations. So this general notion that there's a lot of really good work occurring and a lot of very good responses, but are we doing everything we need to do in terms of tracking the recommendations, seeing why some make it into practice, some don't? Just because a recommendation is good doesn't mean it's going to fly or that it can be implemented. And it's not a question of just doing a check off. It's a question of saying, okay, well, what's needed here? What's missing? And And that led to the conversation about the modifiable risk factors, and we alluded to some of that earlier. So that would be it.
What were some of your actions?
Well, I kind of mentioned it earlier. It was that it was all deaths were reviewed with the umbrella from the chief medical examiner, but with a good roadmap of how does it cascade down, which organization then collaborate, how they collaborate, information sharing, but with definition, with a more with supported by a way that will allow for information understanding, not just sharing, because otherwise, if you share the information and you don't understand the full context, it can give more harm. Having other tools and fatality inquiries, having the group of experts like the Pediatric Death Review Committee with the expert that can do recommendation themselves. So it's kind of go back to what I said, because it was mainly action that my group were talking about.
Other actions from your discussions that you want to add to our list?
Right here. Our group. Forgotten group.
Okay, about this. Yes.
I think we're... Anyway, my name is Wally Sinclair. I'm happy to be here. Kadam Scott now I'll greetings to everyone. Want to acknowledge a prayer of the elder this morning. We were just given an opportunity to do it. We don't have a facilitator, so I'll stand up and do my best to share openly. I've worked in this area for quite some time with, I've laid around and played around, no. What we've done, my own personal history, I've worked within the child welfare with the province of Alberta for about 10 years. What we're talking about, I started with the Burnt Walter report. Dr. LaFrance, we are key as Aboriginal people to be involved in this. And what I'm hearing, there's a lot of revisits here, but it's well documented. We have a lot of evidence. And it's time now, I believe, for this to raise the bar in a lot of areas. And I like what's being said. We had a lot of good information, a lot of sharing. From Chris Wells, Institute of Sexual Minorities, myself, Treaty 6, Robin Scott, Native Counseling Service of Alberta, Claudia Pons, Council Quality, not sure what that is, Assurance. Don McDermott sitting here, Chair of Fatality Review Board, Eldon Block, and Billy Schreiber, a guest from Manitoba. We started sharing our own personal, and there's a lot of stuff there. This, to me, I get very emotional because a lot of in the system are I'm originally from Lesser Slave Lake, Sawridge Band, and I've tried dealing with this personally, but we have strong family ties in our elders groups and everything. Communication, we heard that all the way through, and we've heard it here. This is important. What I added to this was interpretation. How many languages do we have in Alberta in our First Nation Métis communities? Dene, Deneta, Chipewyan, Blackfoot, Cree. It's important that this is communicated in that manner, be it investigation or whatever. It's been done in the past and it worked very well. I was part of it at one time within that. Circle of Wisdom members from the community as well as from the federal representation. It's key the federal should be at the table within that. In the past they have been. All persons involved have the necessary expertise, and we heard that right through the room as we speak right now. Need to ask the right questions. Is there such thing as a bad question? People are afraid to speak up sometime because of misunderstanding within that. Order to get to the systematic issues, who is dying and why. What are we asking here in the prairies, provinces? Need to be held accountable, data linkage, what I've heard, full and meaningful means something different. And again, through this we heard respect for ingredients that we use in our First Nation communities within our wellness circle. And that could be part of this as a learning curve. Sensitivity of reviews. We are working in the spirit world, representing the voice of the child. Very important. And it's research, there's a lot of data on this information. Go into the community in a respectful way. That was one of my first jobs for the province in child welfare, was introducing people. Before anyone came into the community, for example, for CHIP, I was there for 3 days visiting, knocking on doors, telling them that the government is coming. Not surprising, with a blank piece of paper, not a document that's held under the table somewhere. We heard a lot of this. You already wrote it for us. Why are we here? So that's building. And a lot of celebration within our children. Connecting the community and communicating, key again. Need to know and understand the right time to investigate death. Healing circles need to be equipped, safe place to talk. And that's important, is communication about the healing circles. Public employees afraid to talk, afraid of losing their jobs. And that is true. I worked in the system, my colleagues wouldn't speak up and they were doing a heck of a job. When they were doing well, you never heard anything. Soon somebody messed up, everybody knew. You celebrate some of the stuff that's been doing good in the community. Honoring the spirit of children again. Criminal investigation, gap in looking at root causes, homicide, etc.
May I respectfully and curiously ask,
I was just going to close, sir.
I was just wondering, what were some of the actions from your group that were seen as necessary?
I think it's the last page. Teeth. I brought mine today. No, just kidding. Access to information and facilities. Accountable for implementation. That word came up a lot, accountable. Within that. Need to include Aboriginal experts, elders, have wisdom at all levels. We heard that here before. Let the children speak. The committee, you know, the alumni of children in care. Key, speak to the young ones. Circle of wisdom again. Include economic development, include social needs. Deliberate action to make it meaningful to be family. Don, if you wanted to share on that one. What we talked about, we talk of economic development. We don't talk about the social issues in that economic. We should have resource people doing the work also. If you're in the workplace, you should have that social or that safe place for people to come home. When people are coming home from McMurray, wherever it is, they don't know what's going on in their home, so you need to have the connections there. Key actions, communication and team approach, circle of wisdom, prevention, component, root causes again, include Aboriginal elders at all levels, accountability, the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
For letting me do this. Hi, merci.
We're going to have lots more time to talk this afternoon, but I just wanted to touch on some of the things I think I've heard from everyone in here, and please correct me if I miss some of it. Clearly, right from the beginning, we've talked about the importance of reviewing all deaths, but also making sure that it's not just after the fact, but prevention is part of the mandate. That we're looking into, be it serious injuries as an indicator, but where the role of prevention in whoever's responsible for this, so that's come through. I've heard that strong legislation is essential, and there also be accountability for people to follow up on recommendations, be it to make sure they can be implemented, or if they should be implemented, that they are. I've heard that. I've heard about the wise integration of the various agencies that can be involved in this work, both in determining what should be investigated and carrying out the appropriate investigations as they get together. We've heard lots of important information about the communication of information, but also the communication of understanding. What does that particularly mean that we look at? And I think that, you know, 3 experts looking at the same set of data will have 4 opinions, and we need to make sure that those types of discussions are happening, but that we're sharing understanding and not just information as it comes together. I think it's another theme that's come out is making sure we're not just we are looking at systemic improvements. We're not shaming and blaming, but learning from what's happening, how we can move forward, but that we still respect the dignity, the issues that it faces with the actual families and communities and children. And I know we'll have a chance to talk a lot more about that as we go forward as well. So those are some of the issues that I've been hearing as we go forward. So that wasn't really a question, just sounded like one. What we'd like to do now is invite Phil Goodman to share a little bit of his experience for about the next, Phil, we're going to give you 10 minutes for that.
You said 20.
Yes, I know, but I've cut you back. Facilitator trick. Catching you on that. We'll let you guys take a short break for the 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and move on to question 2, which will follow logically from where we are. So, thank you.
Are you tweeting too, Phil? No, I'm not. I'm not going to tweet. No, they're not breaking. Just the expert panel is breaking. You're speaking. Oh, I see.
Well, good afternoon. I'll try to take advantage of the minutes remaining. Frankly, there's been so much that I wanted to say that's already been said, and just want to begin by saying hello to Elder Cardinal and Minister and staff and so many friends here. It's so wonderful to be back in Alberta and see so many some people that are so important to me, and see so many new faces and people who are committed to this important business. I was coming here, I was sitting next to a fireman, and I was just thinking, man, people think he's such a good guy. He's a hero. He's saving people. Society loves him. And he asked me what I did. I said, I'm a social worker. Oh, it's not the same reaction, but it's the same process. The people that aren't in this room are the people that are investing in circumstances that are generally beyond comprehension to many in this room. They're dealing with circumstance that police very clearly have identified as some of the most dangerous stuff that they do. Going into families that are full of addiction and mental health issues and violence and guns and on and on. And these people do it routinely. They're heroes. We seem to come at it from the fringes, and it's understandable. The death of a child, there's nothing can be more compelling. But there's a whole other story that never gets talked about. And that's the incredible success that this system has on a general basis. Just talking to John Reeves, there's hundreds of kids less in care now, Aboriginal children, year over year. Caseloads are stable, on and on. Is that good or bad? I don't know, but it's sure worth talking about. And it's sure important to be talking about in the context of all this oversight. If the only information you're getting is about tragic circumstance, do not be surprised that it is done defensively. It'll generally be edited to death. We'll give you only what we need to give you to get away with that experience. Reach out. Go down into the system. Talk to the people who are delivering service, and you'll find yourself not only getting a better understanding, but the staff and system getting a better understanding of who you are. I still talk to staff even though I'm in Manitoba. And I'll tell you two things they never ask for. More assistant deputy ministers and more quality assurance oversight committees. They have a whole bunch of other stuff that they think is pretty important. Every time there's a catastrophe in Canada, we have a couple of ways of dealing with it. But at the end of the day, it generally ends up with a reorganization of some sort. We decide, based on a child death, that system needs to be bigger, or the agency needs to be smaller, or it needs to be private, or it needs to be public, or it needs to have a board, or it shouldn't have a board. And on it goes. And this has been going on for so many years that you have to kind of guess at the end of that there's some reason that we continually are that dysfunctional. There's some balance there that gives us some comfort. Staff want to know what their job is, and sometimes they don't know because it's driven by language of catastrophe. The minister made some wonderful statements today about the significance of keeping families together and children safe. I've had the misfortune of reading some editorials by distance and hearing language of system broken, seeing tombstones over some type of grave that says rest in peace to kids in care. What horrible messages, shameful messages. That's not what this is about. It's about caring as a community for your children. And you can put a social worker in every home, and that's not going to change the potential periodically for tragedy. But for God's sake, help them understand what their primary function is and support them. The system is tired, my friends, and I'm talking system in the most national and general sense. The system is tired of people sneaking up on them and finding out what they're doing wrong. It's exhausting. And the platitudes of we like these guys and they're hardworking and aren't they okay changes very quickly when there's a need for some type of identified problem. Because of the time restraints, I won't bore you longer, but I want to leave you with 2 or 3 direct recommendations that are nothing more than my sense of the world. Number 1, never be fooled that the calling a child a ward makes them better or different the next day. Taking a youngster into care is one of the more dramatic moments done by professional people in the toughest circumstance. But it's the beginning of a process, not the end of a process. And the history of that child and their family and their community, every bit is much more of an influence than our specialized expertise. Second of all, the need for an educated and trained workforce is critical. The University of Calgary has been a strong advocate for a professional workforce. Thank God for them. The next step, I hope, is that professional sequencing becomes more and more looking like either a Bachelor of Child Welfare or specialties in child welfare, so that no longer do we have to be embarrassed about people not wanting to come into our business and ending up there since we're the prime employer. I remember clearly, Gail, a story that you shared, and I use it wherever I go in Canada, sitting at a dean's meeting, and one of your colleagues saying, "Thank God, great news, not one of our graduates has gone into child welfare this year." Horrible stuff, horrible stuff. We need to salute them. We need to tell the story. We need to be proud of them. We need not to be defensive. We need to go talk to editorial boards. We need to tell them a truth that isn't based on a 0.05% problem. We need to talk about the 99.9% issue. Find the successes, they're there. The final message is we must stop being afraid of the people that we serve. When I was a young social worker, and that I don't need any smart comments, I don't think there was computers, there was still Gestetners and stuff. A lot of people spend time there because of I think the smell of the glue or the ink. I was told as part of my, education/training, university education and supported by training. Aboriginal kids, when they come into care, do much better if you put them in another country. That was my training. So if they become permanent wards, my job was to find a home for them in Belgium. Isn't that crazy? Magical thinking. It's true. That's what happened. And I saw those same kids stumble across the border back into Manitoba not having a clue who they were as young people, and then becoming parents, and on and on and on this went. Well, I had experts telling me to do that. I had experts telling me that kids with some form of developmental disabling condition should be put in a building somewhere, and parents should start again. Experts told me that. Sound crazy now, but experts told me that. They told me that kids do real good in long-term locked care without seeing their parents. And that my job as a social worker was to protect the foster parents from mums and dads because they'd get in the way. That was the way we did business. My point being, never be fooled by expertise being consistent, constant, and congruent. We're an evolving field. We have to look at our data. We have to read. We have to listen. We have to talk. But the real soundstone for us, the real encyclopedia of learning, is the people that we serve. Coming from Manitoba, I can say with great pride and nervousness at times, Billy, that the real power of transformation is always in the community. Most of these organizations being run by single women, we're trying to make their business stay alive by clothing raffles and selling banana bread recipes. They're the ones that are ensuring safety, not the formal system. They're the ones that when they invite social workers into their world, the world of social work becomes a manageable, safe, happy, unafraid place. We have to become the system that doesn't run in to areas and treat them like the hood and run out at 4 o'clock in the afternoon because we're so terrified of nighttime. We have to see the strengths. We have to see the strengths in the community, in our families, in our social workers, in our commitment as a government to try to make sense out of a very, very confusing piece of business. I urge you as your committees and your groups, wherever possible, to try to bring operational leadership to the table. Not only is there information critical as you go on your search for truth and change and improvement, but it's also a critical message to the people that work for that person and the fact that they're being heard and affirmed. Foster parents, Catherine, have heard for years language like, "You are the backbone of our system." That gets so stale and gets so meaningless when criticism is not based on fact, but on intuition about problem. Bad people find their way into our work, even when we do good reference checks. Sometimes criminal behavior happens both in families and happens both in circumstances when kids are in care. We're not perfect in that. You're exactly right. We're not perfect. But it should be no surprise that the threshold of zero tolerance, that a child will never be heard in care, will never be achieved. And I don't want to ever make that sound like we should lose or lessen our commitment to try to get to that state. But for goodness sake, we have to be realistic as well about the proposition in which we find ourselves. Sneak up on somebody and find the success. It's all around us. And I wish you nothing but wonderful success in the important work that you're taking on. And I know this department is trying so hard to make some sense out of this complex business. So thank you for your time.
I'd like to invite our fish back into the bowl, please. I overlooked something very important when I was just doing a quick recap from this morning. As you can see, I'm holding a fistful of loosely organized notes, which is my excuse. We've had in the room, in the groups, through Twitter, through the conversation online, questions around have we got the right people having this discussion today? Where is the voice of youth? Where is the voice of people with lived experience? Have we got sufficient voice of the Aboriginal community with so many of their children involved in this discussion? And I don't have an answer to that particular question. I do know we'll be joined by some youth tomorrow on the panel as part of the discussion. They had this silly thing called school as a commitment today that made their involvement to one day. So we're looking forward to that. I think when Del spoke about the idea to replicate this with specifically the Aboriginal community echoes a theme that we've heard a lot as we move forward. So I want to make sure that that's not lost in what we're hearing from the session today. So we're going to move on to question 2. Luke, could I ask you just to throw question 2 up for us on the screen? So we've talked a lot about reviewing deaths and serious injuries of children, but we do know that when intervention services are involved, there are additional layers of complexity. And we would like to talk for a while about what are some of the other things that we should be doing when investigations are touching on children receiving intervention services. And this time I'm going to ask if Lionel would be willing to kick off some thoughts that you have. Just to let everyone know, we'll be mimicking this morning's process. We'll have a chat up here, we'll have a break, and then we'll come down and engage the whole room in a discussion as we move forward. So, Lionel, throw it over to you.
Thanks, Phil. My response to the question comes from the place that I inhabit, if you will, as the chair of the Council for Quality Assurance. And I'd draw your attention again in the binders to tab 5/2, in which there's some information about the council, but more importantly, some information about the work that the council has already done to try and unpack what needs to be different about child death reviews for children who die in care or who are seriously injured in care. Because in the end, as I think we've mentioned earlier in the day, this is a subset of deaths of children in Alberta. So if we've accepted the thesis that all child deaths in the province should be investigated, the investigation of deaths, and we add in this context serious injury because those are the incidents that are reported by mandate to both the Office of the Child Youth Advocate and the Council for Quality Assurance. These are a subset of the total. As the Council for Quality Assurance has tried to follow the mandate that's required of us vis-a-vis doing something with the reports of those deaths, we've discovered that the clarity that we thought may exist in terms of those investigations wasn't actually as clear as we thought. So in doing that, our expert panel looking at the deaths from 2012-13 was able to start the work of deliberately itemizing all the information that needed to be gathered as part of those special subset of investigations. So it's very clear that because children are in care, we have, as a community, added responsibility for their welfare and safety, and as such, those investigations even more critical. You will see from the information in your binder a variety of different depictions of the processes, and the diagram that looks something like that, if you will, just is a visual depiction of all of the processes and how they link. And it's the internal ones that are particularly important. And the Report Review Committee of the Council has established a lengthy list of documentation that needs to be gathered to make this as a robust assessment as possible, to add to the information, to add to the clarity of assessment for these special situations. So I know that's a very high level kind of comment on the need for special attention to these deaths when they're seen as a subset of all the death review process of the umbrella death review process in the province. Then there can be opportunity for comparison across the province, not just focusing on the death of children in care or their serious injury, but the need for those internal processes to inform practice and to ultimately prevent, if possible, as many of these events as possible is critical. So I'll stop there because we'll come back to it, I'm sure. But there's no doubt in my mind and the mind of the council that there's a special need for special focus in this area, and some of that's articulated in the binder.
Thanks. Just a few points. Glad to hear so much great work is being done by the Quality Council to try to map out this. We don't understand gaps until we understand what we're actually doing and how they link together. So that's really important. I just want to relay a quick story that Mike True told me at lunch that he was relaying from somebody else. It's a good example of when we don't actually both talk to the people on the front line, but also think about the process steps around their work, that we can miss out some things. So Dr. True told me a story of a caseworker who had the legitimate authority to go into a family physician's office and ask for the patient files for somebody who was being investigated or a death that had been investigated. The family physician didn't know that that authority resided with his caseworker, who the family doctor also didn't know, and so blocked the effort to get the files. Well-meaning custodian of a very important piece of information about the patient that he or her were supposed to be protecting as well. And so that caused the caseworker to have to go back and get a letter about the authority to give to the family physician. So wouldn't it be better if family physicians through their agencies, the AMA and the College of Physicians and Surgeons and the CMPA and a whole raft of other organizations would be able to educate properly, and also to have that caseworker have in his or her hands the information about the authority and prepare with a phone call in advance to say, I'm coming, here's what we need, here's the authority, we're sending that to you, so that it's a smooth, easy thing. That minimizes work. It minimizes the burden and the emotional overlay of having a caseworker not being able to actually fulfill his or her mandate. That's just a good example of where, if we don't do that sort of analysis of the process steps, what people go through in the investigations, we're actually causing a lot more work and potentially some harm. A third thought is that if we prepare the involved parties, the caseworkers, supervisors, children, families, with language that's appropriate, culturally and religiously sensitive, about what their rights are, what the process is going to look like, what they can expect, who can help them through the process, we might get a little bit further. And perhaps that is part of the routine now. It's almost the concept we have sometimes in the health system, in the education system, about having a navigator who will actually not be on the side of an individual or the other, but will actually help facilitate the process and make it easier for people to understand really clearly. And finally, just a note a little bit about a concept of data gathering and the work that we're supposed to do in analyzing and investigating deaths. So people and their stories and their data that arise can't be merely looked at as instruments to an end. Even though it's a laudable end, we want to know more, we need to know more, we want to prevent future tragic circumstances, and we've all talked today lots about that notion that we need to know more and do better with the data that we have. But every action that we take in an investigation can be therapeutic or anti-therapeutic. It can facilitate healing or facilitate harm. And so just a reminder or a call that our process needs to include that notion that these are people both on the investigating end and also on the end being investigated, and families and communities. And so we need to make sure that all those actions that are important actions done for a really good reason are also meant to be facilitating healing.
So I think we have already talked about quite a number of the things regarding the child who's receiving intervention services, even as we've had our earlier discussions. But I think it's worth reiterating that some of the things that Dr. Bennett raised with the first question, that I think the investigation should really focus a lot on the surrounding circumstances, and that I know there will be challenges to get that information, but to be as complete as we can about circumstances leading up to that child being receiving intervention services. How are those intervention services chosen? Was family enhancement the right choice? Was that a child in care? And looking at all of those things so that we have the most complete picture we can in terms of moving forward. I think also from the medical perspective, I think it's very important that there is a very thorough look at that child's medical history, and so that we understand, was this death the result of something related to the child being in care, or was this really something that was going to happen anyway? This child had a very serious medical condition that pre-existed them going into care, and I think having that information is very important so that our numbers really reflect what's happening, and then we can do something useful and positive with that information.
So a couple of comments before I get involved in terms of the discussion around reviews. One is that there's, particularly with children involved with child intervention systems, there's a need for clarification about which organization does what. I think there's some confusion amongst the various organizations, and that needs to be sorted out. The other thing is that when we're considering reviews of children who die and they've been receiving intervention services, I think it's critically important that part of that process include people with expertise in child intervention. That's a critically important piece. There's also a need, I think, for multidisciplinary involvement in terms of what happens in that review, and what are the key kind of considerations as a review moves forward. And so that multidisciplinary presence, in my mind, it starts at the front before the review and follows through to the recommendations, so that the recommendations that come out are sound. The reviews, in my view, need to be focused on systems and where systems can make change and grow so that we can prevent these types of circumstances in the future. I want to make some distinction between internal reviews and external reviews, because I think there are some different considerations. One of the things that for me is critically important is that child intervention must have an internal child death and serious injury review process, and it must be established as part of a framework of quality improvement. I say that because I think there's some work that needs to be done internally in that regard, and some communication about how that work is moving forward. For me, that's a critically important thing. So I'm talking about an internal review process that's embedded as one component of a quality improvement program for child intervention services. What that starts to do, in my view, is shift us from a culture of the blame and shame to a culture where it's normal to learn from our experience and to make changes as a result that are going to improve services. One of the things that is critically important about internal review processes is that there be specifics, specific time frames, specific tasks, investigative standards that are adhered to when there's an internal review process that's taking place, so that people can be outside of that process and look in and see, in fact, that they are following a best practice model in the implementation of those reviews. I'll move on to external reviews because I think they're critically important too. I've spoken a bit about systemic issues and that needing to be the focus of reviews, and that's critically important for external reviews. One of the key items or the key areas that external reviews has requirements is with respect to information. And from my point of view, nothing short of full and unfettered and timely disclosure of information is going to be effective for external review processes. Someone agrees with me. There are some other things that I think are requirements. There needs to be the ability to compel information and witnesses to participate and to provide the information that's needed. There needs to be privileged information and protection of external reviewers from being compelled to give evidence. External review reports must include findings and recommendations, and in my view, they must always be released publicly. One of the things that's concerning, and I speak specifically to the Child and Youth Advocate Act, is that today, if a young person is receiving child intervention services and they return home and they're home for 3 months and then they pass away, it's outside of my legislation to review that circumstance as an external reviewer. And that's because the legislation requires me to only review the circumstances for those children who are in care or who are receiving child intervention services. There are other provinces that put a time frame that adds to that capacity to say children who are involved with child intervention services or have been in the last year. And that broadens the group of young people who are part of that designated review population. For me, that's a critically important component, because often we don't see the impact of child intervention until after children are returned to their homes and their communities, etc. And there's significant learning that can take place from reviews after a child is out of care. So I'll stop there because I've gone on for a while now. So Gord, please.
Excuse me. A couple of points. First, before we directly answer the question on the additional steps, is just to go back to making sure that when an infant, a toddler, a child comes into care, that we really have the child health and child well-being information that we need. And I know that we have emergency placements and it's hard to have everything you need right at that moment, but every effort has to be made to ensure that we have the information when we're beginning, so that when something terrible does happen, we have a complete picture, not a partial picture. And I think as you do look at child death reviews across jurisdictions, you find many pieces of vital information are missing. And so we have to, that's something that's fixable, and we need to do that with a real quality improvement commitment. And it does mean that, forgive me out, but the basic things like the indicators we're talking about have to be consistent. And the absence of the information needs to be along the lines of a dashboard that is talked about in child injury control, so that if there are significant pieces of information missing from the child and family file, the light stays on. The light stays on until we get that information. And we do use that metaphor of a dashboard, so I may come back to it. The other comments that I'd offer are almost, they're pretty straightforward. Secondly, the consistency of practice. So the Child Welfare League of Canada strongly endorses the Canadian Pediatric Society's call for, a structured, systematic child death review process. That it be done with consistency, with completeness, and genuinely with rigor. And that's not a small challenge. That requires a great deal of common understanding and common training. And it means things like protocols and documentary processes that are consistent and complete. And it means workers and supervisors on the front line need to have the time to do it. They need caseload protection to do it properly, and the other officials that are involved. So it can't be one more thing that's thrown on top of the system when the system's in crisis, because that's a disservice to the child. It hurts the worker. It burns out the worker. It leads to terrible morale, but it's a disservice to the child, to the victim. We want to do it properly. So we have to build our system so that when something happens and it is a tragedy, it's discombobulating to everyone involved. And we need to build processes that support our workers, that support the system to do the job as it needs to be done now that this has happened. That leads to a third point, and one of the things that we've looked at and we're impressed by is with the American Child Fatality Review Center. One of their core competencies is child death case documentation. And what they found in the 38 states, so it's pretty common practice, that initially the states working in the area of child and family services had very discrepant practices. There was great variability in the documentation. And I don't know that that's the case here. I'm not suggesting it is, but we need to make sure that child death case documentation is in fact consistent, that it's complete, that that when there's something missing that we go back and we get that filled in. And that usually involves the things I just mentioned. It means training, it means supervision, it means people having their caseloads protected, but that it's not one more thing to be done, it's the thing to be done. I guess the last point is, and forgive me because it's a point we made this morning, and I hear it being picked up, and I'm happy to hear that. And I like this, the analogy of how things are done in the health domain, where it's not, the intent is not blaming. It's rather an adverse medical event in a hospital, and you look at it to understand what happened. That concept of system-based improvement. You know, rather than saying this worker made a mistake or these workers or this office didn't do what they're supposed to, really looking at it in a more system-based approach. And I think that's this notion of moving from the culture of blame, which is our instinct often when there's a tragedy. It's human, it's natural, different forces in our society feed it. But we should recognize it for what it is. We don't get quality improvement out of that culture. What we need to move to is that culture of improvement and accountability. And that's less about pointing the finger, and it's a lot more about being candid and having professional exchanges, not unlike we're having today.
I think we have to keep in mind that the majority of death in children in care are still natural death followed by accident. And I don't think we can isolate children in care completely from the other children, nor can we have a single process to address the issue related to this type of children. I think it goes back to starting from all death and going cascading down, having a better roadmap of how the different partners collaborate together to avoid duplication. For example, if one death was to be an expected natural death, a kid with serious congenital anomalies where everyone expects his death, unless we have concern about improper care, medically or otherwise, and he died in a hospital, I think starting with all death, cascading down, having a pediatric death review committee, which the Quality Council and the child advocates are there, if there's no further concerns, this is not the type of children, or the fact that they are in care is so important. Because I think there's, in the death in the children in care, sometimes that they are in care is the key element, and sometimes that they are in care is a side note that didn't affect their death directly. And when it's a side note, for example, in some certain type of accident, they are better seen as part of a bigger trend where we evaluate helmets and things like that. But for other type of death, it's more about the special condition of a children in care. And we have to have this multi-layered system integrated where the deaths are looked first as part of a big all death, then cascading down. And if there's a need for further investigation because they are in care, at some point, then the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is not the right resources. And at this point, it's better that we provide all the information, do the sharing, give you already all what you have, and in the model proposed, you will be part of this pediatric death review committee, and then you can go do your independent review of this kid, because the important aspect in this one was the fact that they are children in care. So I think we need, sometimes I hear that we need a single process, and I don't think it's that simple. There's a reason why there's different part of the review, because we are complementary, but we have to be complementary in an integrated model to avoid duplication. Same thing with the public fatality inquiry. For example, if there's a drowning, I have a specific case in mind where actually there was multi-level recommendation that were done by different organizations that at some point they will not add further, because the job has already been done by multiple people. So I think we have to be more integrated and work together and share the information, start with all death going down, and at some point, if it's really the child in care that is the important part, let other part do their independent investigation.
Thank you. Yes, by the way, I do agree that not every child in care, the in care part is not always the key factor in, a child's demise or through death or serious injury or whatever. But I just wanted to say that when we're investigating something about a child, so be it the death or serious injury, if we want to look at that as a factor, it's worth understanding that, yes, okay, the child is receiving an intervention services from, Department of Human Services, but there are other service departments that are providing services that contribute to the situation. So, for example, there might be a factor there that the prevention service of that is provided by a health department or education department, and all that adds up to help boost what is being provided by the social services, for example. So a typical one, I just throw it out there. So the condition formerly known as SIDS, so sudden infant death syndrome, one of the services you might think about there might be public health, maternal child health. So they talk about safe sleeping, etc., etc. So if you miss that aspect of it, that there is a service that could also have contributed to the prevention of this situation, you miss the full picture. Same thing with education. I mean, school-aged children certainly spend, most of the daytime, certainly in the winter, out in school. There's so many things going on in school. There's so many services that are provided there. So if you don't put in that factor that this is a multi-agency situation, and yes, we have, a demise or a bad outcome, that it's all those different services putting in their little bits that could have contributed to it. And if one doesn't go back, and chances are some of those agencies are carrying out their own investigations and just focusing on, they were, a child receiving intervention. One might miss the fact that, the school has notes on this child, or, I wonder what public health has about this child, So it's worth remembering that it goes far wider than Department of Human Services for each child, but also thinking about the fact that as human beings, we don't live alone. We live in a community. So an essential part of that investigation has to be the community, to provide that context. So there's always that thing where you've got to think, have I engaged the community enough? Community starting from the immediate family, going wider to the extended family, to, their ethnic or cultural group, or if they live in a small town, the town. Because this child does not exist alone, or did not exist alone if the child has passed. And it's very important to get in there to see what the context really is. So, and then it might begin to answer those questions about, okay, we think we provided these services, but what did those services look like in the context of this community? So I think multi-agency, consider all the agencies involved in this, and make sure you include the community for that context part of things to get that full thing. And finally, whichever part you're looking at, so whichever agency or community, there has to be that immunity kind of, that protection of whoever is bringing forward this information. That has to be very important so that people can feel relaxed enough to say what needs to be said. If not, you just be talking shop. That needs to be there. That whistleblower protection is so essential. I couldn't emphasize it enough. Thank you.
Thoughts or comments from our fish? I have a question. In the model where there is a board that looks at all deaths, the all child deaths that come in, is it clean to start to identify when the intervention services need to be considered, or when it's just a medical issue? Is that an easy call to make, or is it a very complex one with lots of ways of looking at it?
In the model I was proposing earlier today, it would be a pediatric death review committee that look at all cases, including the children in care. And in this committee, it will be multidisciplinary. I mean, if I was alone looking at the case, I don't think by myself I would have all the knowledge and all the pieces together. But as a committee, multidisciplinary, that's where the answer will be clearer by discussion. So, for example, Del, Lionel, and me have 3 very different pieces that together make something a lot bigger than what we can be separately. And there's other people like pediatrician, social services, member from the Aboriginal communities, the police, the Crown. There's a lot of people that have a specific lens, and all these lenses together makes a better decision, I think, than all these lenses separately. So to answer your question, it might be a complex question if it's assigned to one person only. If it's assigned to the right regroupment of experts, I think it's become an easier decision. Having said that, the committee do not override the power of some of the individuals that have other power by law. For example, if the committee thinks that they need to explore further, it would not mean that the child advocate cannot do his work as well. But if he informs us that he thinks it's an important case for his work, we might decide as a committee to continue as a committee, or to wait and see, to not duplicate what's already been done. So sometimes it will allow the right thing to be done by the right person or the right group. Does it answer? I hope so.
What comes to my mind as you're talking, Annie, is the important issue of sequencing, right? So as we're talking, I'm thinking about the timing of all of these events and the relative urgency of some aspect of the process versus maybe not so much of others. So, for example, and in particular, the issue of death, serious injury of children in care. When those events occur, there's a very important immediate response to support the children's family, the child's family, extended family, the workers and so on who are involved in that process. And that's an internal process typically that is immediate. But in addition to that, there's the information gathering part of that process, right? So as we think through these things, I think the sequencing and the connections and the sharing become very critical. We don't, as has been said so many times already today, our actions we need to be very cautious about not causing harm while we're trying to do good. I'm not sure what the answer is in terms of, all I know is that internally, as Del said, your point was that you made great points about the need for the internal process in the ministry to be part of an overall quality assurance, quality improvement process as opposed to a standalone death response. And likewise, the sequencing needs to be such, because sometimes, the things that are gathered, or the information that's gathered. I think I mentioned earlier that the Council for Quality Assurance Report Review Committee has been doing a bunch of work about trying to itemize in those kinds of situations what the scope and extent of information is that needs to be gathered to conform to a rigorous evaluation of that situation. That information gathering is an internal process, part of the quality assurance. Sometimes there's a response systemically, and then that is going to need to be way sooner than the Child Death Review Committee would meet and necessarily evaluate the same situation. So I'm not sure, what thoughts do you have? Do you have, and other people, about the sequencing and the challenge of that timing?
I agree with everything you said. I think we can start the work because we have different lenses separately, but the quicker we meet on a regular basis, if it was the model to be chosen on a Pediatric Death Review Committee, not necessarily, because in the past, the Pediatric Death Review Committee was only looking at cases that were closed. But it was a very different system. We had no prevention mandate, and it was done more like trying to discuss cases and maybe learn from a professional point of view. We didn't have a mandate of prevention. If it was different, we could meet a lot earlier and continue following some cases that are of particular interest and do the information sharing quicker so that we don't duplicate and that we don't lose resources doing the same work. So for example, if I have already gathered all the information on what's happened at the scene, a lot of information from even the cause and manner of death, that is often you don't know for months, because until it's closed, you're not privy to this information. As part of this committee, we could work more together and decide which way is best to go for now, and maybe ping pong a little bit between us, saying like, okay, now you're the best agency to continue your work. In the meantime, I will do this part, and we reconvene at the next meeting. So in a more integrated approach. But in the majority of the cases, there will not be this need to be so cohesive, because in the majority of the cases, we will still be in the all death. And in the all death, the majority can wait for the result of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to go forward. In some cases, you're right, we'll need to be more cohesive, working more together at the beginning. I don't see it as an issue. I see it as an enhancement to the system, but maybe you see it otherwise.
I was just going to comment that I think when we're talking about investigation, I think we're talking about two different types of investigation, and remember to be clear about that. There's the immediate investigation that happens right at the time of the child's death that involves criminal elements or whatever is going to be involved there. And then there's the investigation into the bigger picture. And I would see that the Death Review Committee would be more involved with that bigger picture because of the fact that we can't be available to look into each individual case immediately as a Death Review Committee. It just wouldn't work that way. So I think you have to remember that we're talking about two different types of investigations, and we're talking about supporting the family and the immediate people involved. That's a different issue than looking at what were the events that led to this, in a broader sense.
I have to say, though, that in general, you're right, it's very two types of investigation, but in some cases, they can be very linked, because you're in the action right now, and we are in the action right now. I would make the correlate with what we do with the police, where at the beginning of an investigation, they work very closely with us, telling us what's going on, that they can share on their investigation that we need to know. We don't need to know everything. There's certain things we need to know, and we share with them what they need to know. And we don't wait separately that the police and us do their work, because it would not work. They need to know if they need to investigate and what, and we need to know from them the basic information to start our cases. So we do have a model already at the office to start in the action mode at the beginning, to start working closely together, and then with time it becomes clear what's happening in each shop. And we're doing that independently and separately while collaborating. And both aspects are important when we work with the police, and it could be the same with other organizations. We have to collaborate, but we have to be independent at the same time.
I must admit I'm getting a bit confused. We already do have access to information that you provide when we do our external reviews. You provide us with information that we, in fact, that helps us understand the cause and manner of death for children. And so what you're talking about is a layer that is connected to that to that information. So you're talking about another group of people who would then somehow play a role in terms of looking at the broader issues connected to that child's death. Is that accurate?
What I meant was, and maybe in your case it's not in the acute like in the Child Equality Council, I think you have to do something right away. It's my understanding in some cases.
My colleagues on the council may say that I don't do anything acutely, but it's not the council per se, but the internal mechanisms within the ministry and the division and the DFNA, CFSA, what the CFSA will be called, where the immediacy of response is going to be required, potentially. So that timing is not really specific to the council's work, but the internal processes are much more time sensitive in that sense. So that was what I was referring to more than the council's review per se.
Okay, then we don't really need to be acting so quickly together. Then it can be a lot more simple and go that from all death, we review them in our Child Death Review Committee, and we share the information we all have, and decisions are made if this is a good case to go as a trend, is it a good case to do as a review as a pediatric death review committee, or is it better to just keep him as a stats in our tables and let another group go further because you're better equipped to go further to allow that we don't duplicate resources. However, knowing that sometimes, even if the Pediatric Death Review Committee decide to go further, you might decide to go as well because we are independent at the end. But at least we have a structure so that if it's decided it's better not to duplicate, we have the structure not to duplicate.
I just have a question, if I may, about a bit of the process in that, is it my understanding that we're looking at investigations for adverse occurrences for children receiving intervention services, so not necessarily death. So I'm wondering how a death review committee would help when a death has not actually occurred, and whether a wider mandate would help address the wider issues about what's happening. Because I see the death as an end point, but I'm wondering what we're going to be doing about the near misses, and how that will be captured in this process. And I don't know.
The whole system, I suggested, was for death only, for prevention of future death. For the serious injuries that didn't occur with a death, we will not be involved, and you have to figure out another system.
When you say we, you're talking about the Office of
Yes.
the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes.
The Advocate's Office and the Council receive reports about those other issues, and the process of investigation that you've described, Del, before, and certainly within the Ministry and the Council's part, the filters of what needs to be looked at more closely and what level of depth is required in those situations is very similar for those two processes. Just so that for the audience and for others, the issue about serious injury, there is a process of recording injury in Canadian pediatric hospitals. There's something called CHIRP, which is a registry of injuries in children's hospitals in Canada, which has a registry, and there's a injury prevention process that builds out of that. So as we go forward, there will be great importance, I think, in terms of the injury side, to see injuries in care or children receiving services comparing to that data set or that group of people, whereas the deaths will be compared to deaths in the whole of the province. So I think the point about needing to be separate, there will still be a potential opportunity to compare the injuries in care with another cohort that is more general, as we go forward. So I don't think we'll miss that opportunity. But it seems to me that if we can get the child death review process right to start, the process of building the injury component to that later may be the way to go. But already your organization, Dell, and the council, and internally, those injuries are being investigated or looked at. The issue of what's the definition of a serious injury in that context is a whole nother discussion that is really important. So.
Yes, the definition of serious injury is critically important, and it's kind of reflected in the need for us to know which organization is responsible for which part of the process, and that does get confusing. And so when you're speaking about another entity having a responsibility, I was getting more confused. One of the things I want to just revisit is a comment I made earlier about if a child leaves care and the impact of our legislation on that circumstance. Our legislation, the Child and Youth Advocate Act, enables me to review the death or injury of a child receiving child intervention services. So they may be in their home and receiving child intervention services, and that's a reviewable circumstance for me. As our legislation is currently, if a child leaves care and stops receiving child intervention services, then that child is no longer within a reviewable circumstance for me, and which is why I refer to that time frame of a year. So, and that would require legislative change, but it would enable me to have an external review of children who are no longer receiving services, but may have in the last 6 months or the last 4 months. So I just wanted to clarify that, because for the audience, it's important that you know kind of which organization is responsible for which part of the review process.
Del, if I may, and this is me speaking personally because the council has not formally addressed that particular issue, but I would certainly support your contention that there should be consideration given to extending that mandate to some period of time after children have left care that would be available for your review and assessment, investigative review, because your comment earlier about when children are returned home, it's not the end of the story for those children, and having the opportunity to evaluate those situations would be critical, I think, whether it's a year or two. I think across Canada there's some jurisdictions where it's as much as 2 years, and I think that's a moot point as to which is the most appropriate, but certainly council can consider the issue, but I think there's lots of reason to think that should be supported.
Ada, a question for you. You mentioned earlier that a number of these investigations would want to consider the multiple agencies that are involved. Could be education, could be public health. You talked about the context of the community being essential. Does that information exist today to be considered, or is that need to be gathered in order to be taken into account?
I can only speak for public health because that's where I work. I know that lots of information is gathered on the children, all the children, on what kind of public health interventions are different. They tend to happen to all the children. So there is a lot in there within the system about some of the issues that can lead to death. So in the injury prevention programs, so what the frontline staff are doing. And my understanding is that whenever they hear about these incidents or serious injury or something, there are internal investigations that go on looking at, we provided, I don't know, an injury prevention message and this child still got injured. What happened? So I know it's being collected, but is it coming out and being used in a forum such as this where another agency is looking at it and health is looking at it? And that's my concern, that there might be other agencies collecting information that we might be missing.
Can I make a comment? The external reviews that I do as in my role as the child and youth advocate, enables me to have access to those systems, be it education systems, records, interviews of staff, etc., or health, or whatever those kinds of involvements are for young people. I have the ability to retrieve information from them, to address the questions that we have to have addressed as part of our investigative review process. So our reviews don't just look at the child intervention system. It looks at the other systems that are involved and engaged with that child.
When we were running the Pediatric Death Review Committee, which we ceased because, as I said, without a mandate, we couldn't do much about the discussion we were having. But we were having this type of discussion because we were multidisciplinary. For example, if there was a suicide of a children going to school, people would ask questions about, but did he talk to his classmate? Did the teacher knew? Did he saw the psychologist at his school? There was a lot of question about a lot of aspects around the children, not just the parents, or if it was a children in care, just a children in care part. So this was more easily integrated as part of a pediatric death review committee, whereas everyone has their lenses and asks the right question that in isolation we might not think of asking, because all of us have one set of lenses which comes from our specialty. And the empowerment is really by putting all these people in a room, asking questions about a death and trying to learn from that death to prevent future death.
In this conversation, Annie has made the very specific recommendation of that cascading from all deaths down into the child investigations. What's your support for that? Are there challenges with it that you think would need to be addressed?
Well, I did just want to comment, because I'm watching the Twitter feeds as we're discussing, and I think there was a comment that perhaps that would miss, if we just cascaded down, we would miss some cases because the information isn't complete. But I think I just want to clarify that at the point that the cases are being presented typically at a pediatric death review committee, we do have all that information, that baseline information. What we're talking about when we talk about further review or investigation is digging deeper into the circumstances, not the cause and manner of death. That's what we know when those cases are presented. So, I mean, to think that you would do an in-depth review in every single death is not possible. I mean, I can't imagine having the manpower for that. So I would really support this sort of idea of triaging and where cases where it's clear-cut, there's no question about the manner and the cause, and there aren't really issues to deal with around prevention, then I think we can say, all right, we're setting that one aside.
I just wanted to say that I would agree, because the fact is the vast majority of pediatric deaths are due to natural causes. So investigating every single one of them would not necessarily add value to the process, but there has to be a process of splitting them, saying, these ones, we can close it. It's okay. Not okay that the child has died, but it's okay from an investigation point of view. If not, we'll be getting this repetition of blank reports that say the same thing, filling the blank space, died of natural causes.
Thanks. So it seems to me that I like the notion of triage, but that might be my medical background, and that the triage by some group who's accountable for that particular job, and then distributing the review accountability to whatever other appropriate groups have the legislated mandate to do so, makes a lot of sense. There needs to be a feedback loop, though, so that that group who's accountable for doing the triage and distribution of the cases gets to hear back, was this the appropriate place? Was it investigated in the appropriate way, et cetera? Not that you're evaluating that review mechanism. And then I don't know if we have a sense, I'm looking at it more from the outside because I'm not part of this circle, but is it that you could elucidate and say to people really clearly, what's the purpose of the investigation? What are we trying to achieve from this kind? I don't think all investigations are the same either. We need to know that some group has looked at all pediatric deaths and said, this needs this kind of a review, this needs a more in-depth investigation about this particular issue, this needs just the knowledge that we've reviewed it and shown that it does not require further investigation, so that we recognize that, and that's part of the concept of triage. So there is differential depth to each circumstance. There's some publishable criteria that suggest why we would go one way or another, and then you can monitor back. I love the concept of the dashboard that Gordon's bringing up, and so you can actually review back and say, yes, did we actually fulfill all these mandates and send things to the right group? So there still needs to be that central coordination, but we have to really refine what we mean by the notion of review and investigation. It's different for different kinds of circumstances because they have different purposes.
A comment, if I may. I think this is a really helpful conversation because when you get it down into the details, it gets complex, and we do start to see that common understandings aren't quite so common, and that's normal, but it should concern us. And I think Del made a comment this morning that I didn't pick up on, and I meant to, and that is sometimes we think everything's being dealt with, and then we find out everything isn't being dealt with. And in other systems, as there are in Child and Family Services, there are quality control measures. And there are performance audits, not for the sake of blame, but for the sake of quality control. So we want to keep that in mind. And I'll make if I may, maybe not altogether exciting comment that there's just a lot to the issue of consistency, completeness, and accuracy. And anyone who's done any reviews of anything knows that. Those are the common things that come up, right? There's inconsistency, and that leads to suspect conclusions. And completeness is usually a factor, and accuracy is always an issue. And one can't really state that enough, because we kind of gloss over that really quickly. We really do. And we need to pay attention to that. Again, at the systems level, and this is not to say that people aren't doing this, but there's a need for process mapping. So where do the different entities overlap? What in fact is the scope of coverage? There's the legislative scope, there's the theoretical scope, there's the budgeted scope, there's the actual scope, and then there's something, then there's what really occurs. And those are not coincident, those are different. And we should be concerned about that. And I guess that's really that's a question of many things, but one is just good public administration. But it's if we're talking about the core focus is doing a better job protecting children writ large, not just in this system, but in all our systems, I think we owe it to the processes involved to really look at that, like really see, are the processes that we have in place actually doing what we think they're doing? To the triage piece, obviously it makes a lot of sense. And this gets to be a very technical area that I get out of my competence very quickly. But it's the concern about false negatives. So we just want to be really careful that we're not saying by implication that the classification of death is correct. Because that would be an enormous disservice, wouldn't it? And we wouldn't want to be saying that, because while that might be the case the vast majority of the time, it's not the case 100% of the time. And as we learn more with medical science, as we learn more with forensic science, as we learn more with pediatric pathology, as we develop better systems, better detection, better use of computers in this area, we find that what we thought 10 years ago is not what we think today. And it wouldn't be really radical to suggest that what we know today may seem somewhat modest compared to what we know in 15 years from now. And if we can admit that premise, then I think we've got to just remember that we don't always get it right. That when we say it's an accident, I mean, that's almost a prescriptive term. And it's an accident. Is it preventable? That would be the larger issue. And if it is, then, we really have to look at those cases in depth to say what might we have done differently. And that's where bicycle helmets came from, and that's where our public safety campaigns on, Safe Baby. That's where Shaken Baby programs have come from. That's where our prohibitions on drunk driving have come from. It wasn't because of maltreatment. Those weren't maltreatment cases. But those were, there was public outrage, and we said, hey, we can do better. And I think we need to just kind of keep that in mind, even as we, and that's not to speak against triaging, but it's, I think we just got to look at some of that.
It's an important point, I think, and we need to make sure we're not missing out things in that either the group think or the one view. There is value in diversity and in having multiple views looking at. I think the concept of triage also needs to be not one person or one group farming out, if I could use that unpleasant phrase, but as a collective decision and then distribution. So an analogy might be tumor boards in cancer control. So it's not a particular cancer specialist who says, well, I think this person needs radiotherapy next or chemotherapy or something else. It's the group of all of them getting together and saying, you know, I think here is the best way we can go, and you know, maybe that group who would have been doing the triaging is missing something out from the expertise that Dell's group might have, and say, no, I think, you know, there's some red flags there for me. I think it needs to be this group that's doing the investigation.
I think in response to your question about do we support this, I'd have some reservations for a couple of reasons. One is that I'd have to be convinced that such a committee would enable me to do something that I can't already do. And I'd have to be, I think, convinced that another committee is a good thing. I find that sometimes we want to add structures for reasons that I can't sometimes understand. And so I'd have to be convinced of those things. The other thing that for me is critically important is that would that kind of a structure enable me as a legislative office, as an independent office, to fulfill my mandate to ensure that the rights, interests, and viewpoints of young people are reflected in the work that we do, and does that add to it? We would need to have some more discussion, because I can't see on the face of it how I don't have access to those people that would be part of that group already, and why I couldn't pull that group together when I'm doing a review already, and why I wouldn't have that cooperation from those professionals around me already, and why I couldn't address the near misses with that group or address the serious injuries with that group if I needed to. I'm just uncertain about why I couldn't do those things now.
I am concerned about the word triaging. Initially, I used cascading, and somehow during the conversation, it became triaging, and I changed meaning. And I go back to how Jennifer was more presenting it as a cascading as well, which is, and I will re-emphasize the point that she was also making, is that we're not talking about a triage that will stop certain cases too early. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking more like Lionel was also talking about the sequencing. We all do the same work that we need to do, but we cascade it so that we don't duplicate. My office, if we were to have a mandate of prevention, we start by all death, from which will cascade further investigation by other groups that can continue the work better, but that will already have the work from us. I understand, and I'm a little disappointed that you think it's better that you work in isolation. I can tell you that if we were to look at all death, which will not be your mandate, we would love to have your expertise in our committee to help when you look at all death. So it's not just about what you can obtain for your mandate doing your work, it's also what you can provide to the rest of all the review. I'm sure you have an expertise that will be benefiting and enhancing the process by being able to work together. Because my office have a very strong expertise, but we don't know everything, and we can gain by working with a lot of people that are already here and by other people that are not here. For example, we had a case where we were wondering about the quality of the water in the wells. I would have liked to hear about more people from the water quality of water industry, or maybe engineers. We had a case where we were wondering if there could be some infection in the community. We would have loved to hear more about the Office of the Chief Medical Officer. There's cases where Lionel expertise will be great, or the pediatrician will be great, or the child services will be great. It's not about, yes, at the end of the day, we can all go in our little room, close the door, and do our work. But I think it will be better if we work together. And the reason I put the office as the starting point is just because we are the one looking at all death. But it doesn't mean we can do the work all by ourselves. We need to cascade, not triage, cascade down so that we don't duplicate. Another group can then do what they are the expert about.
And I just wanted to basically say that, but just a reminder that, again, coming back to the CPS position paper, there is that recommendation to have a comprehensive death review, not just for the children in care. And I think we got two sort of different things going, that there's the issue of within the overall review committee, there's a subset of children that are children receiving intervention services, but and that would that information you're dealing with, but that there is also a need for a more global death review committee as the CPS is.
Yeah, and I want to be clear that the overall death review committee process for all children who die in Alberta is, in fact, in my view, a critically important thing. What I'm concerned about is if the cascading means that I have to wait before I move forward, or I have to make this wait until, this group meets, whatever that we call that group, before I can take action, then I'd be less receptive.
So if I could just offer what I've heard a little bit, there's a principle of having multiple expertise looking at all deaths to help assess where further investigations are required. And it also a mechanism by which better coordination between the groups can happen, so that if one group is doing some work, the other group doesn't need to duplicate it without getting in the way of the individual groups doing their work.
And without interfering with independence.
So I think in the implementation of that, there could be lots of questions and challenges in detail, and that's very important work to go. But I'd like to throw another question out, and Lionel, with apologies if you want to answer your own question first. We've focused very much on this cascading idea. We've talked a little bit about bringing in the circumstances, very importantly. But are there other things we can learn from other jurisdictions to improve our investigations? Or is it really just those two things? If we look at investigations involving children in intervention services, are there other things we need to be considering to make them the best they can be?
I think there are some jurisdictions that have that robust internal review process that enables learning across the system when a child passes away, but it's an internal process. And there's communication connected to that, there's activities connected to that, there's a whole bunch of things that are connected to it. But the real goal in it is to enable an educative process for the system to undertake, so that when there's learning in one part, it extends to the other parts. And in my view, the child intervention system in Alberta requires a more active and robust internal review process. One that could be observable from the outside, that we could say we know it's there because here are the things that we're seeing that it's accomplishing.
And if I may add to that, Del, as you're aware, just in the last week we've written to Minister Budar from the Council for Quality Assurance and saying that we wanted to establish a expert review panel on exactly this issue in terms of that internal quality assurance process, quality improvement, with the purpose of articulating those elements of internal review that include the incidents but not confined to that, so that the review of deaths and serious injury are part of that overall quality assurance, quality improvement internal process. Because in the end, the overall child death review process for every child death in Alberta that we agreed to rather a long time ago this morning, that we've sort of circled back to, is the umbrella under which those internal processes occur, which you, Del, as in your office, receive mandated notifications about, the council does, and those internal processes are going to occur irrespective of the overall umbrella. If anything, out of the umbrella will come more interest in cases which would not come to our attention because of that reporting. The internal process is internal to the ministry. The council has some internal function, and then the external review processes, which are your office, the Office of Child Youth Advocate. The council has some external capacity in terms of expert review panels. And then, of course, there's the Fatality Review Board, which is also external in those particular cases. If I can draw your attention once more to the document that was in your binder, which illustrates that, it's just a good example of how the processes that Del and I were talking about that were internal are really not subject to triage, maybe not even subject to cascade in some sense because they go there in those places anyway, but information that might come out of the umbrella structure could inform those processes. They may not, because all the information may be gathered already. Those are separate and independent, but under the same umbrella, so that the investigation, this is my take on the world, the investigation outcomes in the internal processes and the external ones of the mandated reporting can be informed by child deaths in the whole community, because it is a subset of that whole. So I don't think we're at different places actually than we were at the outset. The process that Del, you talked about, that's internal to the ministry, that's related to the council, will happen anyway. They will occur under the umbrella of an overall process, and your ability to do your work that should not be impaired. If it is, then I would agree with you. You shouldn't be interested in participating, because it's critical that it's not, but it would be additive and informative, and that's what will make the internal processes even more robust, because there'll be that reference point from my point of view.
Yes, I think I perhaps keep bringing the panel back to the same kind of thing. There is a notion whereby they say if you lower the entire population risk of an adverse event, then you have more effect than lowering a single part of that risk. And that's why I keep saying that perhaps it's worth looking at things wider than the end results, the final end for everybody, which is death. Because I'm still thinking, I still can't help thinking that whilst, if this process ends up, making things wonderful for deaths, what then are we doing about the near misses? How are we reducing those near misses, which a lot of the time will be far more than the deaths? How are we reducing the other serious injuries that you're not too sure whether they are near misses? I just think that it would be a pity if the process picks just a subset of a problem which is out there, which is our children getting their potential prematurely cut short due to injuries, including the serious ones that lead to death. So I just think there has to be a little bit of this, at least, that pulls us a little bit towards looking at what about those ones that didn't die? How does what's happening to them inform how we manage the ones that died? And how do we use the information from those that have died to inform the ones that didn't die? I think the two processes need to go back and forth, but not entirely separately. I don't know how to get that going.
If I can briefly respond to that, I totally agree with you. It's critically important, and that's why the internal process within the ministry needs to be, for death and serious injury evaluation, needs to be embedded in a quality assurance, quality improvement process across all intervention activities, because that's where the near misses are occurring. That's where the adverse experiences for the children in care and receiving services. Outside of that It's a big challenge. But in this cohort, that's where that work it has to be done, because that's when we will have the impact. For example, access to mental health services, support for kids, focused on reducing the incidence of suicide amongst young people in care. I mean, that's a good example. We have to do that. That's why it needs to be embedded in that way.
So I'd like to suggest that we move to a bit of a break. But a question I'd like to challenge the whole room to consider when we come back to talk. And like Jennifer, I've had my eye on the Twitter feed. And this also came up in just a conversation at lunch, is we're having a lot of conversation at a systemic level about all children. And every now and then we surface a little bit, and I think, Eric, you mentioned it recently, about the essential role that the front line plays in delivering the services, in their roles in the investigations, and is what we're talking about going to be deliverable at the front line? And so I would just like to ask that question to be one of the topics that's discussed in the tables, is make sure we bring in that perspective to the conversation and not only talk about this issue from the systemic level, because I think that's a critical component if we're going to be successful in achieving some change. So again, thank you all for sitting in the fishbowl, and we'll reconvene at 4 o'clock, and we'll be back out in our discussion groups. We have selected a different fish to swim in the online bowl. So yeah, thank you, Gordon. And we'll see you all at 4 o'clock. Thank you.